Audiobook. 16 years old, I still feel like a baby. Prologue. 2 years ago. Ophelia, honey. The boys are in the backyard. Why don't you go check on them? Mrs. Moore's voice abruptly pulled me from my distracted thoughts. She was sitting next to my mother, smiling at me with that mixture of sweetness and curiosity that only mothers know how to conjure. Go to the backyard. No, thank you. That would mean confronting the person I avoided at all costs. Oh, no, thanks. I'm fine here with Yvonne, I replied, settling more comfortably on the living room rug. Was I capable of using a little girl to avoid an awkward situation? Apparently so. I moved Yvonne's dolls half-heartedly, trying to entertain her, but her big eyes narrowed, as if she knew my heart wasn't in it. Sorry, kiddo. My mind, however, drifted to the Moore's back door. I knew my brother Jesus was there, tossing a soccer ball around with his best friend, Joel. A familiar warmth spread in my chest as I pictured them. For as long as I could remember, they'd been inseparable. Two polar opposites who, nevertheless, fit together perfectly. Jesus was loud, energetic, the life of any gathering. His laugh was contagious, and his crooked smile allowed him to get away with it far too often. Joel, on the other hand, was serene and reserved. His imposing presence drew attention, but unlike Jesus, he didn't care. In fact, he seemed to care about nothing. Until a few months ago, I had been his third wheel, more or less tolerated. I love my brother, and bless him, he was always good to me. As a child, I was quiet and had a hard time making friends, so I latched onto whatever Jesus and Joel did. Jesus didn't seem to mind too much, but Joel did. And I couldn't blame him. Because the problem was this, for as long as I can remember, I had loved Joel more. I loved his dark, expressive eyes. I loved the way he pursed his lips. I loved those rare moments when he let his guard down and allowed himself to have fun. I loved him. I wish I could say I kept my composure and that this love wasn't noticeable. But no. It wasn't like that. I did what any 5-year-old girl in love would do. I stared at him like a fool, daydreaming that one day he would realize he loved me back. The only problem was that he definitely didn't love me. The biggest problem? That I didn't stop doing it after 5 years. Oh, no. I was exaggerating. I maintained that shameful behavior until a few months ago. 2 months ago. Gosh, can you believe our little Ophelia is already 16? And I'm sure she'll have her first kiss today. Bella exclaimed as she hung twinkling lights on the wall. She made a dramatic gesture of wiping an imaginary tear from her cheek. Yes, miss. Our girl is finally going to take the plunge. Britt added, looking up from her stereo. First, I'm 79% sure no one is coming. And second, I'm not kissing anyone. There's no one I'm interested in, I protested. My friends exchanged a look that I instantly understood. It said, clearly, this girl is in denial. And maybe they were right. Of course there was someone I wanted to kiss, but I wasn't even sure he was going to show up. There was no way to ask him outright. Mainly because every time I looked into Joel's eyes, I'd completely lose my train of thought and start babbling incoherently. So instead, I invited Jesus and made him promise, pinky swear included, that he'd try to bring Joel with him. That night was special. It was the occasion I intended to show Joel that I wasn't a child anymore. He'd always treated me as if I were, and, to be honest, he rarely paid attention to me. But I was 16 now, and I needed him to really see me. A dream suddenly enveloped me, dragging me into that sweet, fantastical world that existed only in my head, where Joel loved me too. I imagined fate intervening in a game of spin the bottle and the bottle stopping right between us. He smiled mischievously as he took my hand and led me to a corner. My heart was beating so hard I felt it could explode at any moment, and yet, I would die happy. We stared into each other's eyes as he took a step toward me and gently placed his hand on my waist. That simple touch sent shivers down my spine, sending an intense tingle down my spine. I wanted so badly to stroke his chestnut curls. I'd probably have to stand on my tiptoes to reach them, because he was a head taller than me. What if he stood up? Good heavens. I wish he would. Look, Brit. She has that dreamy look on her face. She's ready for anything today. Bella's laughter brought me back to reality. I sighed as I hurried to finish getting ready. Guests would start arriving soon, and I needed everything to be perfect. Up until that point, I'd gone virtually unnoticed at school. If anyone talked about me, it was bound to be something like, "Oh, there goes the quiet girl from algebra," or "Who's that one who always hangs out with Darius and Joel?" I didn't want my only legacy in high school to be the nameless girl who was only friends with other people. That's why I convinced my parents to throw this party, and I was determined it would be the starting point for a new life. Yeah, well, those were my famous last words. Just as I was putting down the last bowl of chips, I heard the garage door slam shut. I assumed they were the first guests and ran to greet them, but I stopped dead in my tracks when I heard Joel's annoyed voice at the entrance. "Really, Darius? What am I supposed to be doing here? Come on, bro, she's my little sister. We just need to hang out for a while, and then we'll go to Molly's." I frowned at their plan. Weren't they planning to stay? Who was Molly? If his words had already hurt me, I really should have prepared myself for Joel's response. "Okay, but if coming to this party means I miss out on Molly, I'm never talking to you again, or your weird sister." Thank goodness they quickly made it up to the main floor without turning the corner. If they had, they would have found me kneeling on the floor, my eyes clouded with tears and my heart in pieces. I stood there for what seemed like an eternity, repeating those words in my head, "Your weird sister." Weird? Did she really think that of me? All the memories of my interactions with Joel flooded back into my mind. The longing glances, the awkward, lovelorn smiles I'd given him over the years. How many times had I snapped out of my daydreams only to find him frowning at me? If I'd been more attentive, I might have noticed the discomfort and annoyance in his gaze. But no. I was too busy admiring the freckles that adorned his nose. I felt a knot in my stomach, a mix of shame and disappointment. My thoughts were spinning. Brit and Bella knew I liked Joel, even though I never said it out loud. What if everyone knew it too? What if they'd been looking at me with pity for years? Shame enveloped me as I desperately searched for a way to protect myself from further humiliation. I had to let go of that childhood crush. I needed to stop the fantasies, the impossible dreams, and the scribbles of the name Mrs. Ophelia Moore. From that night on, I promised myself I'd do everything I could to prove to the world, and to myself, that Joel Moore no longer meant anything to me. I created rules in my head that, over time, became a mantra for moments of weakness. Do not look directly at Joel. Do not speak directly to Joel. Don't think about Joel. Do not stay in the same room as Joel for too long. If I could follow these rules, or at least try, I could perhaps guarantee that I would never again feel that deep anguish, that humiliating pain, ever again. Episode 1. 2 years later, May. Soft melody. Oh oh oh. You need to calm down, you're being so loud. And I'm just like, oh. You need to stop, will you not step on my dress? You need to calm down. I chuckled at the sight of Brit and Bella belting out Taylor Swift songs at the top of their lungs. Instead of joining in, I simply followed along, lightly tapping my fingers on the steering wheel. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I noticed my cheeks were flushed from the unwanted attention the scandal was attracting. I pulled out of the senior parking lot, where several groups of students were hanging out. More than a few turned their heads toward my car, curious about the commotion. I lowered my head slightly, embarrassed, but I couldn't help but smile at my friends. They were almost always that crazy, and that's why I loved them. Well, that, and the fact that they never forced me to participate in their crazy antics. It was enough for them that I stayed out of it, pretending not to know them whenever they made too much of a racket. A pang of sadness surged through my chest as I drove home. Everything was about to change. High school would be over in a month, and then we'd part ways. For 4 years, I'd leaned on Brit and Bella more than I probably should have. Despite my dreams of blossoming like a butterfly after sophomore year, it never happened. I just couldn't break out of my shy shell. I tried many times to be as outgoing as them, but I couldn't. I always ended up overanalyzing every word or gesture, and I'd end up saying something clumsy that made me look ridiculous. Over time, I learned that it was easier to blend in and let Brit and Bella steal the show. I was deeply grateful to them for accepting my reserved personality, but now I worried I wouldn't be able to survive without them, at least socially. They were always my shield, keeping them from noticing how clumsy I could be. Without them, I was sure I'd be labeled a weirdo at university. Okay, calm down before my dad rips out the car stereo. I warned them. It was a common thread in my house. Something like, awfully, I love you, but if I hear that pop music blasting in the driveway again, I swear I'll. Oh, yes. Papa Allen loves us too much to break our hearts like that, Bella replied with a mischievous smile. Still, I turned the volume down as I parked and turned off the car. As I pulled up the driveway, I noticed streamers peeking out the window. Great, Mom's really trying hard for dinner tonight. Family, I'm here. Brit shouted as soon as we walked through the door. Hey, no. You're not family. Go away, you freeloaders, my dad responded from his office near the entrance hall. My mom's voice came from the kitchen. Don't listen to the grumpy one. You know you're always welcome, she said, followed by the clang of bowls. Peeking inside, my heart sank a little at the mess she'd made. Mom. I told you not to make a big deal out of this. Honey, it's nothing. Just some decorations and a cupcake for dessert, she replied, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as I looked at her. How sweet, my mother didn't know how to do anything small. She lived for grand gestures, for the extravagant. And while I usually didn't hold anything against her, it was her way of showing love. There were times when she bordered on excess. She always aimed for a Martha Stewart Awards show version level, and if I let her have her way, we'd probably end up with a life-size cake with my face on it. I gave her one last pleading look, hoping she'd actually heard when I'd said I wanted a simple, quiet evening. The girls and I grabbed some snacks and ran upstairs to my room, where we hunkered down until dinner time. As usual, Bella begged me to let her straighten my hair. I managed to deflect her insistence by promising her she could pick my outfit. For as long as I can remember, my hair has been a source of pride. I knew I wasn't exactly ugly, but I didn't consider myself a dazzling sight either. What was true was that my hair was always complimented. Dark, curly, and mid-back length, I usually wore it half up, with a few loose curls framing my face and the rest cascading down. What I loved most was that I didn't have to put too much effort into styling it. I rarely cut my hair because I was afraid one bad cut would ruin everything. Sometimes it would get frizzy or a little unruly, but for me, that gave it personality. I almost always tied it back in a simple ponytail and that was it. Bella insisted it would look better straight and polished, but that wasn't my vibe. I'm a little chaotic, a bit messy, and my hair should be the same. At least, that was my philosophy. We spent the rest of the afternoon scrolling through Instagram and laughing at our bad jokes. I enjoyed every moment, hoping desperately that college wouldn't separate us too much. Part of me knew Britt and Bella would fit right in, they'd make new friends easily and fit seamlessly into their classes. The one who would miss them the most would be me. I'd probably be the only one trying to maintain constant contact. But could I blame them? Of course not. It wasn't their fault I was a hopeless sentimentalist who still didn't quite know how to navigate the adult world. The doorbell rang, signaling that it was time to go downstairs to greet the guests. I looked at myself in the mirror and sighed softly. Bella had tried to convince me to wear tiny shorts and a frilly blouse, but I had drawn the line there. We argued a bit until we finally reached an agreement. I ended up wearing a pair of dark, high-waisted skinny jeans that were more fitted than I'd have preferred, and a white, cropped, loose-fitting sweater. Bella insisted on adding a bunch of dainty necklaces and gold rings. It seemed like a bit much for a family dinner, but I didn't argue further. If I'm honest, the outfit was better than I could have put together on my own, though it would definitely look more spectacular on Bella or Britt. The three of us ran down the stairs like a stampede of clumsy elephants. Ignoring the resigned look my mother gave us, I went to see who had arrived. "Grandpa, Grandma," I exclaimed when I saw my two favorite people taking off their coats by the door. They both looked up at the same time and smiled tenderly at me as I threw myself into their arms. "Congratulations, my girl," my grandfather said, wrapping his huge arms around me in a loving embrace. I looked up from his chest and gave him a soft smile. I didn't want tonight to be a parade of attention, but he had a very special place in my heart. He was a big man of few words, but with a huge heart. He always went out of his way for Jesus and me. I spent my childhood having sleepovers at my grandparents' house, eating breakfast in bed and playing with the crazy inventions he created just for us. One of our favorites was a 4-seat seesaw that would spin in circles when pushed. It was like having a carnival in the backyard. After also greeting my grandmother, I led them into the living room, where Bella and Britt were already settled. I laughed at my dad's desperate expression, slumped in his favorite chair. It was obvious the girls were driving him crazy. They never quite understood how to read his hints. I sank down onto the couch and watched the people around me, all chatting animatedly. Jesus hadn't gotten home from work yet, but he wouldn't be long. When he finished high school, everyone thought he'd go straight to college, but he had other plans. He declared that he wasn't going to spend money on school without being clear about what he wanted to do. So he got a job at an auto repair shop and started saving up to travel from time to time. My parents weren't too happy about it, but they didn't pressure him too much either. Although that didn't stop Dad from occasionally making a comment like, "Let's see if Jesus gets on the right track in life." After Jesus, the only ones missing were the Moors. I felt an uncomfortable flutter in my stomach thinking about them. More than 2 years had passed since that embarrassing episode with Joel, and I still found it hard to look his family in the face. Luckily, Joel was away at school, so only his parents and his little sister, Yvonne, who was 5, would be coming. Our families had always been close, but Jesus and Joel's friendship brought us even closer. They had no other relatives nearby, so they spent many holidays and celebrations with us. Which, of course, was hilarious considering my personal rule of interacting as little as possible with Joel. Fortunately, I've always been rather quiet, so it wasn't too noticeable. The front door swung open loudly and I knew immediately it was my brother in his typical loud style. "Hey, hey! Look who I found in the driveway," he shouted from the hall. I got up to look out and saw that the Moores had arrived with him. As he walked past me, he put his arm around my neck and planted a kiss on my temple before going upstairs to change. I turned toward the door to thank the Moores for coming and my heart sank. Joel Moore was on my doorstep. Great. Years of practice had taught me how to hide my surprise and maintain my composure, so I calmly walked over to hug Mrs. Moore. "Thank you for coming," I murmured softly, as she released me from the hug, though she didn't allow me to move too far. "Oh, my darling. Just look at you. Every time I see you, I forget how incredibly pretty you are," she exclaimed with a smile that made me blush, even though I knew she was only being polite. I always thought Mrs. Moore was a very perceptive woman, with a special gift for reading between the lines. She showered me with compliments and affection, and sometimes I couldn't help wondering if she could tell how much she had suffered over the years for her son. Mr. Moore nodded to me before we circled around to find my father. He never seemed entirely happy to be here, but I assumed that was the typical nature of the men in his family, reserved, serious, and a little distant. Yvonne's eyes were glued to her iPad, so I just stroked her head before letting her wander aimlessly into the living room. Finally, I turned to Joel. He stood just inside the door, towering at 6 feet 2 inches, his hands shoved in his pockets. College football had been a great game for him. It was obvious how much he'd changed physically over the past few months. His expression, as always, was a mix of mild annoyance and apparent boredom. Our eyes met briefly, and he greeted me with an almost imperceptible nod. "Jesus is in his room, if you want to come up," was all I said before turning and accompanying Mrs. Moore to the kitchen, where my mother was already. Later, as the food was served and we headed to the dining room, my father took his place at the head of the table. Just as I was about to sit next to him, my mother motioned for me to sit at the opposite end. The adults grouped around my father, while Britt, Bella, and Yvonne sat to my left. Joel and Jesus were the last to arrive and took the 2 empty seats to my right. The squeak of Jesus's chair as he sat briefly broke the general murmur. Turning to him, I noticed his cheeks were flushed. I raised an eyebrow in silent question, but he only responded with a mischievous grin. From the other end, my father cleared his throat, and I looked up just in time to see him shoot Jesus a warning look. Then, having everyone's attention, he raised his glass. "Oh no. As you all know," she began, "we've gathered here tonight to celebrate a very special milestone for our beloved Ophelia. It's hard to believe my little girl is about to graduate from high school, but here we are." Everyone smiled as they listened, and I felt the heat rise to my face as I noticed their proud looks. The emotion in my father's voice only made it harder to hold back the tears. "And not only that," she added, "but last week we received the wonderful news that she was accepted to the University of Southern California. So let's raise a glass to Ophelia. Congratulations, sweetheart, we're so proud of you." "Congratulations" echoed around the table. I took my time looking at each face with a genuine smile, except for one. I consciously avoided meeting Joel's gaze. I didn't want to see any reproach in his eyes. Because if I did, I'd surely read an unspoken question in them. Did you choose that school on purpose? Did I? No. Well, of course not. Actually, I wanted to choose any other school other than USC. But it was an excellent choice, and besides, it was one of the few where I wasn't waitlisted. And realistically, it's only 4 hours from home, which would allow me to return frequently if I got homesick. So no, Joel. I'm not that girl who once silently admired you and follows you around. If it were up to me, we wouldn't even have to see each other. Everyone spent the rest of the evening laughing and eating delicious treats. I tried to enjoy the celebration, but restlessness began to take over as I watched Jesus. Mom had prepared a traditional sangria for the adults, and I lost count of how many times Darius went to pour himself a glass. For a family dinner, he was drinking more than usual. I knew Jesus liked to party. Since he was 15, he hadn't missed one on Saturdays. But lately, it had become a source of tension at home. He always crossed the line. More than once, he arrived in the middle of the night, tripping over furniture and waking us all up. It was a routine. Dad would get angry, Mom would try to calm the situation, and the next day, Jesus wouldn't understand why we were so upset. It pained me to see my family on edge, and after the little incident at dinner, the last thing I wanted was for things to get out of hand. So instead of focusing on my own party, I spent the night discreetly keeping an eye on Jesus. I was already starting to recognize his signals, which allowed me to intervene before others noticed how much he'd drunk. Later, we all went out onto the front porch to say goodbye to my grandparents. Jesus was standing next to me, his arm draped over my shoulders. The weight he was placing on me was a clear signal that I needed to intervene. If that wasn't enough, the fact that he was resting his head on mine confirmed it. The scent of wine was evident, and I couldn't help but wonder if anyone else noticed it. Quietly, I took him by the waist and led him into the house, leading him out the back door. Once outside, I carefully dropped him into one of the lawn chairs and tried to figure out what to do. Britt and Bella were having a charade in the living room, and I knew if Jesus showed up like that, he might cause a scene. That would only cause stress for Mom and annoyance for Dad, and honestly, I didn't have the energy to deal with that tonight. Darius, what am I going to do with you? I asked quietly. Do you want to go to your room and rest? My little sister, my dear Ophelia. He stammered. Why are you so worried? I'm fine. I just needed some fresh air, and then I'll be all right. Of course he believed it. In Jesus's world, everything was always perfect. There was never any real reason to worry. I loved him, but sometimes I wished he'd take things a little more seriously, just so I wouldn't have to be the one to bear all the burdens. Then a new voice joined us from the darkness. Darius, buddy, why don't we go out for a while? You're already kind of chipper, so we might as well make the most of the night. I turned and saw Joel leaning against the doorframe. His arms were crossed, and the porch light cast shadows that accentuated his features. This isn't the time, Ophelia, I told myself. Not now. When Jesus heard his best friend, he jumped and spun so fast he almost lost his balance. Great, bro. Let's go. I don't have much time to take advantage of your magnetism that attracts all the girls. I stood up as well, feeling a bit uncomfortable with my brother's enthusiasm. Jesus awkwardly tried to hug Joel, while I couldn't help but smile slightly at Joel's resigned expression. He managed to dodge the hug, bowing gracefully. Finally, Jesus settled for putting an arm around her shoulders, and the two of them walked off into the garden. I watched them go with relief. At least this time we had avoided a family conflict. Still, the unease didn't dissipate. I wondered what would happen when Jesus returned. As if I had spoken my thoughts out loud, Joel stopped and shouted at me. We're going to be out late. Tell your parents that Jesus is staying at my house. I nodded and was about to go back inside when he added. Oh, and by the way, Ophelia, congratulations on USC. It wasn't much, but coming from Joel, it was probably the kindest thing he'd ever said to me. I thanked him with a smile and returned to the living room to join the family games. But my mind stayed hooked on that small gesture longer than I'd like to admit. Was it possible my plan had worked? That Joel no longer saw me as that strange girl who followed him with her eyes every time he entered a room? Maybe he no longer thought I was a stalker. I tried to put it out of my mind and finally relaxed, enjoying the rest of the evening with my loved ones. But I knew that when it came to Joel Moore, I couldn't let my guard down completely. My teenage feelings for him were clearly behind me, but I needed to keep my composure at USC. Realistically, I probably wouldn't even cross paths with him. He'd be a junior, I was just starting out. Besides, I highly doubted we'd run in the same social circles. He was the starting quarterback of the varsity football team. And I was me. I wasn't going to be hanging out with the campus elite. I doubt I'd be invited to parties, and if they were, they wouldn't be the kind attended by sports stars. No, maybe I wasn't entirely thrilled about sharing college with Joel, but I was confident I could maintain the image I'd worked hard to build over the past 2 years. I had my rules. Now, I just had to keep following them. Current period, end of August. Welcome, freshmen, to the University of Southern California. The bright red letters stood out against the shiny gold sign hanging at the entrance to the residence hall. I took a deep breath, a little faster than normal, as I parked my car next to my dad's truck. My mom had panicked at the idea of me bringing my car into the city, considering I'd only ever driven in our small town. But what was I going to do? Skateboard. Ever since I got a car for my 17th birthday, I'd become as dependent on it as my phone. It was my guaranteed escape route. Whenever social anxiety threatened to consume me, I knew I could hop in my car, crank up the stereo, and flee, even if it was to the nearest parking lot. After a deep, and slightly dramatic, breath, I got out of the car to join my family. My parents and Jesus had arrived in full moving team mode. Dad opened the trunk while Mom darted to the orientation table to grab my welcome packet. While we waited, I took the opportunity to spy on the other students and their family entourages. The dorms were clustered in USC Village, a mini-universe with a gym, restaurants, and even a Trader Joe's, snack heaven. My dad, in extreme protection mode, kept warily eyeing the boys who passed by. Although my floor was only for freshman girls, the building itself was co-ed. I adjusted my Chargers cap backwards, because I'm a rebel but with style, and set about organizing the boxes. The sticky heat under my white t-shirt and denim shorts didn't help my mission, to get inside quickly, unpack, and make sure everything was ready before school started on Monday. I only had one day to check my books and supplies 15 times. Mom came back with the papers and a shopping cart, yes, that kind of cart. Thanks to my hours of practice playing Tetris, I managed to fit all my things in, well, sort of. Dad and Jesus ended up carrying what didn't fit, like family pack mules. According to the documents, my room was 310, shared with a Madeleine Probst. Madeleine Probst. The name echoed in my head. The email said she was 18 and a political science major, translation, future president or family debate expert? I didn't dare stalk her on social media, it was better to keep it a mystery, like a college thriller. We got into the elevator, packed like sardines, and I pressed the button for the 3rd floor, trying to calm myself. I didn't want to meet my roommate with my family as an audience member. They already had enough worries about how I'd survive on my own without adding, "Mom, I think my roommate is a robot." The elevator dinged, and I followed the signs to room 310. As I opened the door, I noticed Madeleine hadn't arrived yet. The space was small but cozy. To the right, a common room with a kitchenette and furniture that screamed institutional design. To the left, a door with a giant A, my new home, and further ahead, a bathroom and another bedroom with a B. "Oh, honey, this is perfect," Mom exclaimed, bursting in like a decorating hurricane. "We can put your photos here and the lights behind the bed. It'll be Instagrammable." Dad, from the doorway, uttered his classic phrase. "Well, daughter, I think we're becoming a nuisance here," he said, while he and Jesus dropped my things on the floor with relief. And so, amid nerves, boxes, and a miraculous shopping cart, my university adventure began. Ready for the chaos? Sort of. Excited? Totally. Joel just texted me. He's in the middle of a double shift of training, but he'll be done soon and meeting up with his parents. "We can go say hi later," Dad said before kissing me on the forehead, just like Jesus, and they walked out to the truck together, leaving Mom and me alone. We spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking and organizing my bedroom. Although I adore the men in my life, I was grateful for this moment alone with my mother. Just as I finished posting the last photo on my memory wall, I turned and saw her sitting up in my bed, staring blankly and with an expression that made my heart sink. "Mom," I managed to say, but the sound of my voice seemed to stir something inside her. Our eyes met, and seeing the sheen of tears pooling in hers, I froze. What was happening? "Awfully. You're going to be okay, right?" Her voice trembled, heavy with an emotion she was clearly trying to contain. Seeing her like that, so worried, hit me hard. I was always the youngest, the protected one. I never resented that role, on the contrary, it allowed me to avoid situations that made me anxious or uncomfortable. But seeing the worry lines etched on her face, I regretted having made her think I couldn't take care of myself. Now she'd be 4 hours away, worried about my well-being. "Mom, I promise you, I'll be okay. I feel like this will do me good. I'll be able to become more independent and learn to manage on my own." He gave me a weak smile. "I know, honey. I just worry about you. You're so sweet, so trusting. I don't want you to get caught up in something you can't handle." I crossed the room to sit next to her on the bed. I rested my cheek on her shoulder as she gently stroked my hair, like she did when I was a little girl. "I know it's a big change for everyone. And yes, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little scared. But I swear, I'm going to be okay. I'm still me, and I'm not planning on doing anything crazy or anything. If I need anything, the first thing I'll do is call you. But we're 4 hours away. What if something happens and you can't wait? What if the car breaks down on the highway and..." "Mom." I interrupted her before her imagination could run any further. "If I'm really in trouble, I'll know what to do. Besides, I won't be alone. Maybe I'll get along with my roommate. And if the situation calls for it, well, I could call Joel, I guess," I said reluctantly, immediately regretting it. Why did I mention Joel? He wasn't someone I was going to turn to. Really? Her eyes sparkled with hope. "Promise. Promise that if you really need help, you'll call him." I took a deep breath, crossed my fingers behind my back, and said, "Yes, Mom. I promise, I'll call Joel." Fortunately, her phone rang and saved me from further lying. I heard her side of the conversation. She agreed to some plans and said we were on our way. I looked at her curiously when she hung up. "It was your brother. They ran into the moors and thought we could have a picnic for dinner. They're already there, so they preferred something more informal." I fully agreed. I hadn't showered yet, and my shorts weren't exactly suitable for going to a restaurant, especially if Dad was present. I sprayed some perfume on my neck, and we walked outside. The chosen location was a field about 10 minutes from the dorm. I could already imagine myself walking that path often. Colorful flowers lined the paths, and the perfectly manicured lawn was the setting for impromptu student games. When we arrived, Mrs. Moore and Yvonne were spreading out a large blanket. A little further away, Jesus, Joel, Dad, and Mr. Moore seemed to be having a somewhat tense conversation. I was about to leave them alone, but Dad saw me and excitedly called out to me. "There's my baby," he said, a little louder than necessary, wrapping me in a hug and kissing me on the forehead. "How's the bedroom?" "Actually, very well," I replied with a smile. "I haven't met my partner yet, but Mom and I have everything ready." I was about to go to Mom's when arms grabbed me from behind. I knew instantly it was Jesus. "I can't believe my little sister is in college. Now you really make me look like a mess." I gave him a look of mock reproach between laughs. "Excuse me, but I'm not a child. And you don't need my help to look like a mess." "Big mistake." A mischievous grin spread across his face before he suddenly picked me up and ran with me on his shoulder. "Come on, Joel. Let's play. And this time Ophelia's the ball." "Jesus, no. Put me down now," I yelled, half-dazed. "Darius, don't hurt your sister." Mom intervened from afar, though she didn't make much of an effort to stop him. I struggled with all my might, hitting his back in the hope that my anger would channel superhuman strength. And it seemed to work, because Jesus let me go, laughing. But when I landed on my feet, the dizziness was so strong that I stumbled backward, and collided with something firm. A human wall. Before I hit the ground, two warm hands grabbed me by the waist. I put a hand to my forehead, trying to regain my balance. When I opened my eyes, I knew immediately who it had been. Joel. I stepped back abruptly, creating distance. He was staring at me, frowning. What was wrong with him now? He probably thought it was some kind of trick to get his attention. I straightened my clothes and gave Jesus one last withering look before heading back to the others. He was almost reaching Mom when Jesus shouted, "Ophelia, be careful." I turned just in time to see a soccer ball flying toward me. I managed to dodge it, but tripped on a small dip in the grass and landed on my back. A tall boy with messy blonde hair ran up to me with a face full of concern. "Oh, gosh. Are you okay?" he asked me when I arrived, his eyes scanning my figure intently. Yes. "I'm fine, thank you," I replied in a low voice, accepting his hand to help me up. "I'm Gail, by the way," he said with a friendly smile, still holding my hand as he shook it vigorously. "Ophelia," I replied, trying not to let my nervousness show. "Nice to meet you." He looked like he was about to say something else, but his gaze shifted to something behind me. He changed his mind, gave me one last smile, and ran off after the ball. I pursed my lips, wondering what I'd done wrong. Two shadows above me gave me the answer. I turned and saw Jesus and Joel, shoulder to shoulder, staring at Gail with unfriendly expressions. "Are you okay, Ophelia?" "That boy almost hit you," Jesus said, still watching the young man walk away. I assured him that nothing was wrong, and we went back to the others to enjoy the picnic. The rest of the evening was peaceful, chatting and laughing under the open sky, until the Moores said their goodbyes to take Joel back to their shared home. My family and I walked slowly back to the truck, with Mom and Dad hugging me on either side. I tried hard to maintain my composure, wanting them to leave peacefully, knowing I'd be okay. I don't think my attempt at strength was entirely convincing, but we managed to say goodbye without tears, with long hugs and promises of frequent texts and calls. I took a deep breath as I stood alone in front of the dorms, watching the family vehicle drive away. I couldn't help but feel that this moment marked a turning point. I was alone, finally independent, whether I liked it or not, and about to begin a new chapter in my life. Bang! I jumped out of bed when I heard a loud commotion outside the door. Oh, no, a woman's voice came through the wall, piquing my curiosity. I cautiously opened the door and peeked inside, only to see a tall, slender, model-like girl crouching over an overturned box. Clothes were scattered in disarray on the floor. As she straightened to look at me, I took in her appearance. She was almost 6 feet tall, with radiant dark skin, bold red lips, and defined curls cascading over her shoulders. I couldn't help but notice she was far better dressed than I could ever manage, especially this early in the morning. She was wearing tight black leather leggings, a slightly sheer white blouse, and black stilettos. Feeling completely out of place, I could only stammer. "Ah, Madeline." She responded with a dazzling smile as she walked over and held out her hand to me. "Yes, sorry for the fuss. These boxes seem to have a life of their own. I was hoping some kind guy would show up to help me, but it seems like the campus is deserted on Sunday mornings. Anyway, you must be Ophelia." I was speechless at her confidence. With difficulty, I managed to form a response as she returned to her crates. Although she seemed friendly, I felt overwhelmed. Meeting new people had never been easy for me, and I'd put too much pressure on myself to avoid making a bad impression. I decided to go for a run to give her space while she settled in, and to be honest, I needed that too. I returned to my room, put on some athletic shorts, a loose t-shirt, and my sneakers. I quickly washed my face, brushed my teeth, and said goodbye to Madeline before heading out. Once outside, I put in my headphones and stretched out by the railing leading to the trails. Just as I was about to run, the front door burst open and a group of kids burst out laughing. They were loud and boisterous, breaking the morning calm. I stepped aside and stood still as they passed, pushing and shouting at each other. Several glances fixed on me, and I looked away, feeling a chill. I never liked attracting attention, especially when I had just woken up, without makeup, and wearing an old Chargers jersey. Once they were gone, I shook off the discomfort and began running along the same path I'd run with my mother the day before. My worries melted away with the rhythm of my steps, the air burning in my lungs but my mind clearing. I was so focused on my run that I didn't notice someone else had joined me. I jumped when I looked up. A tall man was running beside me, looking down at me with a mocking smile. The shock made me lose my balance, and before I knew it, I was on the ground. A sharp pain shot through my knee as it hit the pavement, and a groan escaped my lips as I tried to break my fall with my hands. "Gosh. I'm so sorry. I didn't think you'd be so scared." "Gail?" I murmured, stopping the music. I looked at the sad face of the boy I'd met the day before. "What are you doing?" "I thought someone was attacking me." He burst out laughing with a thunderous laugh. "Well, attackers usually don't wait for you to notice them before they act. Just a word of advice for next time." I tried to stretch my leg to assess the damage and groaned as a stabbing pain shot through my knee. "Wow, girl. Do you need help getting back to your dorm? That looks painful." I didn't think I had any choice but to accept Gail's help. He seemed friendly enough, and there was no way I could walk back to the dorm alone. I nodded and held out my hands for him to help me up. But instead, Gail put one arm behind my back and the other under my knees, and gently lifted me up. A small squeal of surprise escaped my lips, which only prompted a soft chuckle from him. Wow, I always wanted to play the role of Prince Charming, but I've never met a lady in distress. And should I point out that I wouldn't be in trouble if you hadn't found me? I replied with a raised eyebrow. I'd rather you didn't, he said, laughing. I smiled, feeling calmer. Well, then I won't. Being around Gale was easier than I imagined, even with how close we were. He kept his hands in place and didn't hold me too tightly. He walked slowly along the path, chatting casually and pointing out buildings as we passed them. I only chimed in with a soft, or really, and that seemed to be enough for him. As I turned a corner, I heard someone yelling my name from a distance. I looked over Gale's shoulder and saw Joel running toward us, shirtless, wearing red shorts, and frowning. Gale turned around too and seemed to recognize him immediately. Hey, Moore. What's up, buddy? Joel didn't respond immediately, just looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a serious expression. Gale? I'm the team's rookie catcher. We've trained together all summer. He murmured in a low voice, though I heard him perfectly. I couldn't help but laugh at his slightly sarcastic tone. Completely ignoring Gale's comment, Joel addressed me with a look so direct it made me uncomfortable. Why is this guy carrying you? I fell while running, I explained, pointing to my scraped and already slightly bruised knee. Gale offered to drive me back to the dorm. Give it to me, rookie. I'll take care of it. Excuse me. I didn't have time to protest. Before I could refuse his offer, Joel had already taken me in his arms and arranged me against his bare chest. Well, if you're okay, Smalls, then I guess I'll see you later, Gale said, somewhat awkwardly. I debated whether I should make a scene to get Joel to come back, but I clearly didn't have the energy for that. Instead of fighting, I smiled at Gale and gave him a small wave as Joel turned and started walking toward my residence. Joel moved with a firm stride, occasionally readjusting his grip under my legs. My senses were completely overloaded. His warm hand seemed to leave a trail on my skin, his muscles tensed against my side, and a blend of forest and mint scent enveloped me. All of this was far from any kind of normal interaction with Joel. I didn't know how to act, so I just stared straight ahead, my face calm. And you think it was a good idea to go out for a run alone when there was hardly anyone around? Her voice brought me out of my thoughts. I was running on campus, in broad daylight. So yeah, I don't think it was a bad decision. I'm just saying, maybe you should use the gym or work out in your room, he replied dryly. I finally held his gaze as we exited the elevator, a look of disgust already on my face. He frowned at me, as if sizing me up. And I'm just saying, maybe you could stay out of your own way. I'm not a kid, and I can run on my own if I want to. Of course, it wouldn't be my business, if I wasn't the one driving you back, he replied with a sigh, just as we reached the door. You didn't have to bring me here in the first place. I was fine before you showed up and decided to take me for yourself, I replied, my voice louder than I intended. The door swung open and Madeline looked at us, surprised. Good heavens. I couldn't find anyone to help me with the boxes, and you already found someone to carry them. Life isn't fair. I responded with a somewhat forced laugh as Joel gently placed me on the couch, avoiding looking at me directly. He carefully lowered himself until our faces were very close, then moved back toward the wall. Madeline disappeared into the bathroom, shouting something about a first aid kit. We were left alone. I don't usually get angry easily, but when I do, guilt gnaws at me afterward. I felt bad for having raised my voice so much. After all, he was just helping me, even though he also treated me like I didn't know how to take care of myself. Determined to remain calm, I stared at him. You can go. Madeline and I can take care of it. He stared at me as if considering his options. Finally, he looked down at my knee, as if checking that I was really okay. Then he nodded and left the room without saying a word. Okay, roommate to the rescue. Oh, where's the cute guy? Madeline asked as she left, looking around and pursing her lips when she saw he was gone. She sat across from me on the table as she began to take out antiseptic and bandages, without me even asking. I silently appreciated how natural it felt to be with her. I liked the rapport that seemed to be forming. Who was he? They seemed to know each other. Is this a friendly situation or, more than friendly? She asked mischievously. And no. That was Joel. He's just my brother's friend, I replied, blushing. The idea of anything more seemed unthinkable. Wow. All my brother's friends have acne. Of course, they're also 14, she laughed nostalgically. Some people have it all. And you see it often. No, almost never. We barely meet. He probably only helped me out of some kind of commitment to my family. But no, it won't happen again. If you say so. Anyway, I'm tired of unpacking, so I was going to order pizza and watch Netflix. Are you up for it? I was a little nervous. Madeline was very easy to talk to, but would I be able to spend an entire afternoon with her? Once the food was ordered, it would be rude to leave if I felt uncomfortable. Come on, Ophelia, time to get out of the comfort zone. I realized I needed to try. I'd survived more interactions in a single day than I had all week. That was quite an accomplishment. I took a deep breath, smiled, and offered to order food from my app. We spent the rest of the afternoon watching movies and talking. Our tastes were quite compatible. We started with a romantic comedy, moved on to a Disney movie, and ended with a true crime documentary. Madeline seemed to sense my insecurities, so she kept the conversation light. We talked about our majors, campus events, and college life. Apparently, word about the pep rally was already spreading before the first home game. To my surprise, Madeline immediately invited me to go with her. I thought she'd already have friends to go with, but she described herself as a lone wolf and promised to stick by my side. Normally, I would have said no without hesitation. Especially without Britt and Bella by my side as social buffers. But in that spirit of venturing off the beaten path, I agreed. How bad could it get? With so many people, I could surely blend in unnoticed. That night, I went to bed with wet hair and texted my parents goodnight. Yes, I know, I'm the biggest nerd in the world, thank you. The truth is, I'd enjoyed my day with Madeline so much that I hadn't even had time to stress about school starting the next day. Just in case, I said a little prayer. Please, may I arrive to all my classes on time, may I not get lost, and may no professor randomly choose me to speak to. My stomach fluttered between nerves and excitement as I mentally reviewed the campus map I'd been studying for months. A loud sound jolted me awake, piercing my ears as I tried to hide my head under the pillow. Silk. Odd, those weren't my sheets. I turned my head to the other side of the bed and saw a slim silhouette wrapped in pale pink blankets. From what little I could see, I noticed she was blonde. It fit my pattern, especially considering I'd had a whiskey the night before. It was always the same story this time of year. Well, at least for my liver. Just as we're wrapping up preseason, every night becomes an excuse to strengthen team unity. Of course, that usually ends in some nonsense invented by someone to engage in hazing or go out to meet girls. And last night, clearly, was a meet girls night. I have a vague memory of us running up to a sorority house, demanding to be let in. And they did, of course. Not to brag, but, well, that's us. Since I've been in college, I've noticed that simply being on the football team opens a lot of doors. I confirmed this since my freshman year, and to this day, that theory still holds true. The girl next to me moved barely, just enough to give me a reaction. I grabbed my clothes as quietly as possible and left before facing the typical morning conversation. Did I have a good time? Sure. Would I like to do it again sometime? Maybe. Exchange numbers? No, thanks. Once outside, in the frat house area, I started jogging back to the team house. I needed to shower and eat something before my classes started at 10. The teachers weren't happy about me being late, especially on my first day. For a while, I just managed to get through the schoolwork. I figured, why bother when NFL scouts were already targeting me? But last year, my grades dropped to alarming levels, and my parents received a notice warning me that I was about to be placed on academic probation. My dad, of course, was furious. Though now that I think about it, I can't remember a time when he wasn't upset about something. Actually, his biggest worry was getting me kicked off the team. But my mom, she cried. And while I consider myself a strong person, seeing my mom shed tears because of me hurt more than I expected. I promised her I'd try to improve. Try, at least. I couldn't make magic happen overnight, but I'm no fool either. If I just try a little, I should be able to raise those grades. The morning passed uneventfully. I attended 2 classes and then headed to the cafeteria for lunch before afternoon practice. I was walking along the path leading to the cafeteria building when something caught my eye, a small figure sitting under an oak tree, not far from the path. She was almost hidden from view, but her curly black hair stood out just enough to catch my attention. Ophelia. I leaned closer to confirm, and yes, it was her. She was sitting with her knees pulled up to her chest and her head down. I'm no expert on female body language, but she clearly didn't look well. Sad. Tired. Ophelia? I asked with some hesitation. He immediately looked up, and his eyes told me everything. Yes, he was definitely in a bad way. His big brown eyes were glassy and surrounded by a slight redness. In that instant, I regretted approaching. What was I supposed to do if he was having a bad time? I'm no good with this kind of thing, and I was probably the last person he wanted to talk to. She seemed to be wondering the same thing, because instead of answering, she just frowned at me, confused. I sighed, trying to muster some empathy. Are you okay? I asked, trying to sound sincere. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, he replied curtly, as if he expected me to accept his answer and leave. Which, to be honest, was the most logical thing to do. But then, for some reason, I remembered Mrs. Allen. During the family picnic, she pulled me away from the group and, with an almost desperate gesture, asked me to look after Ophelia. Her long, manicured nails gripped my arm as she looked at me with tearful eyes. What was with these women, tears and pleading? I didn't know what to say. Really, I just wanted this moment to be over quickly, so I nodded without giving it much thought. Look, I said as I sat down across from Ophelia, you don't seem well. If you need to talk or anything, just say the word. Maybe I can help. I said this without looking up from the grass. I've never been good at deep conversations. When she didn't respond immediately, I looked up. She was staring at me, frowning with an expression that seemed to say, "What's this guy up to now?" Great. Why am I trying so hard to help her? I could be eating a hamburger right now. But there she was, waiting for her answer, eyebrows raised. Well, she began in a soft voice, it's actually silly. I had my first 2 classes this morning and it was a total disaster. I thought I was ready for college, but now I don't know. I feel awkward, like I wasn't mature or smart enough. Everyone else seemed to have something worthwhile to say, but when the teachers called on me, I froze. I could barely get a few words out. I felt ridiculous, and now I don't know how I'm going to survive the semester, let alone the entire grade. Wow. I hadn't heard Ophelia talk that much in years. Did she always have such a pleasant voice? She was obviously distressed, but honestly, if I laid down right there, I could probably fall asleep listening to her. It took me a while to realize I was there to help her, so I frowned, looked up at the sky for inspiration, and tried to think of something helpful to say to her. You're in the freshman class, right? Believe me, no one knows what they're doing when they get here. Some just hide it better than others. I glanced at her to see if my words were helping. At least there were no more tears in my eyes, so I guess I wasn't making things worse. Besides, if you got in here, it's because you have what it takes to stay. I don't like public speaking either. That got him a small smile. So I always take notes during the lectures and look for topics I'm comfortable with. Then, when the class discussion starts, I immediately raise my hand and say what I prepared. Since the classes are large, the professors usually give the floor to different students each time. I shrugged. That way, you take the pressure off right from the start and can relax for the rest of the class. She nodded slowly, and her face lit up with a shy smile. I don't know why, but the feeling that maybe what I said had really helped her gave me a strange feeling of pride. What the hell was happening to me? Thanks, Joel. I think I'll give it a try, she said as she picked up her backpack. Before leaving, she stopped and looked at me again. Anne. I'm sorry about yesterday. I got frustrated, but I shouldn't have raised my voice. It wasn't fair. I guess I'm a little sensitive about people seeing me as a little girl who can't help herself. I smiled a little. I found it cute that he considered his mini tantrum not nice. He should listen to the coach when we miss an easy play. That's not nice. It's okay. And for what it's worth. I rubbed my jaw awkwardly, I don't think you're a girl. She gave me a genuine smile, thanked me, and walked back to the dorms. Instinctively, I looked down as she walked away. Yeah, she definitely didn't look like a little girl. After that detour with Ophelia, I didn't have time for lunch, so I ran straight to the field for training. I was one of the first to arrive in the locker room. Hey, Joel. What's up, man? Ready for today's workouts? I looked up. It was that guy I'd seen with Ophelia a couple of times. Matt? Yeah, Matt. A talkative guy who doesn't take hints. All the newbies learned from day one of camp to leave me alone, except this one. Who in their right mind gets excited about working out? I snorted. Ignore him, Gail. James, another of the veterans, chimed in. Moore gets grumpy if he drinks too much whiskey. He also gets grumpy if he doesn't drink any. Wait. Moore, are you always grumpy? James's fake surprised tone made me roll my eyes. We'd known each other since freshman year. We shared a room in the dorms, and since I didn't completely hate him, we ended up living in adjoining rooms in the team house. He irritated me, of course, but he wasn't as unbearable as some people. Do you have to sit so close? I complained as he practically plopped down on top of me on the bench. Stop complaining, you know you miss me deep down. I was about to answer when the coach came in yelling for us to hurry up. He also reminded us of the mandatory Thursday introduction before the first home game. Great, just what I needed, forced enthusiasm. I shot one last annoyed look at James and Matt before turning and starting to change. As I ran down the tunnel toward the field, I allowed myself a small smile. I wouldn't admit it to a rookie, but football, even just doing drills, was one of the few things that truly made me happy. Episode 2. An unexpected week. After my meltdown on Monday, the rest of the week passed without incident. I still couldn't believe that, of all people, it was Joel who had managed to calm me down. To be honest, I think half the credit for it was how obviously uncomfortable he was. He didn't seem to have much experience comforting women on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but the simple fact that he tried was touching. For a moment, I put aside all the pain Joel had unwittingly caused me and just talked. As I walked away from him, I surprised myself for being so honest. After an emotionally draining morning, I guess I needed to let off steam. I'd managed to stay calm for hours, containing my anxiety, but when I reached that tree, I simply collapsed. I hate it when this happens to me. My chest tightens, my breathing quickens, and tears fall uncontrollably as I try to catch my breath. Fortunately, this time it wasn't as severe, and I managed to calm down little by little. However, as always, I was left exhausted and with a dull ache in my body, so I rested my head between my knees and stayed that way for who knows how long, until Joel appeared. His advice, surprisingly, wasn't bad. I put it into practice during the week, and it helped me in some classes. I also understood what he meant. Upon closer observation, I noticed that many of my classmates were also nervous. Several could barely manage to stammer a few words when the teachers asked them questions, and, accustomed to it, they continued on without further comment. Although the anxiety was still present every morning as I headed to class, at least it was manageable. I knew that if I wanted to become more independent, I had to put in the effort. Running away at the first sign of difficulty wasn't the solution. Thursday, the rally and Madeline. That Thursday, after my last class of the week, I arrived at the dorm, and Madeline practically dragged me along to get ready for the rally together. We hadn't seen each other much during those days, we were both adjusting to our new routines, but whenever we did, she made an effort to connect with me. She'd even sit on my bed complaining about her professors or her Tinder dates. She never stayed long, but I appreciated her company. Being Madeline's friend was very different from what I was used to. In my hometown, it was always Britt, Bella, and me, the three musketeers. They were so outgoing that I tended to just listen more than participate. They never minded or noticed, and it worked for me. But with Madeline, it was different. It was just us in that room. Don't get me wrong, she could talk non-stop, but there was always a moment when she'd stop and ask my opinion or some advice. I felt ridiculous giving such simple answers. I didn't have half her experience, but she never made me feel inferior. She listened attentively, ignored my hesitations, and when I finished, she'd smile as if I'd said something brilliant before continuing. While she did her makeup at her desk, I settled into bed. We had an hour before the rally, though I didn't know what else I could do to get ready. I'd showered the night before, so my curls fell softly down my back. I gathered the top half in a loose bun, as usual. As the hours passed, some strands would come loose, but I liked how those loose curls framed my face. My makeup routine was the same every day, partly because I wasn't exactly an expert and also because my mom had always taught me that less is more. Living in California meant sunscreen wasn't optional, so every morning I applied it liberally. Then, a little concealer over blemishes, some powder in my T-zone, and a couple of coats of mascara. I usually finished it off with a little lip balm and that was it. That was it. Madeline, on the other hand, could easily have a YouTube channel with how talented she was with brushes and color palettes. She'd been sitting at her vanity for 20 minutes, and I, leaning back, simply watched the transformation. She was naturally beautiful, but with a few precise touches here and there, she suddenly looked like she stepped off a magazine cover, illuminated, defined, perfect. Okay, I don't want to be that friend who offers you a makeover like you're a lost cause, because trust me, you're beautiful just the way you are. But if you'd like to try something a little more fun, I could help you out, Madeline said with a smile that made me smile back. I appreciated the gesture. Bella always insisted I let her help me with my hair, makeup, or clothes. She never outright said she didn't have style, but I noticed she never offered that kind of help to Brit. Thinking about my two best friends made me realize I hadn't talked to them since I got to school. I made a mental note to schedule a video chat soon, and I turned my attention back to Madeline. Well, if you want. I'm seriously not good at this makeup thing, but if you think there's hope for all this, I said, pointing at my face, then go ahead, I'll let you try. Madeline looked at me with a thoughtful smile and approached with some products. Seriously, there's nothing to fix. Makeup isn't meant to correct you, it's meant to be fun and expressive. Now, look up at me. I'm just going to add a little color. I don't know if you noticed, she added with a mischievous smile, but we're not exactly the same skin tone. I still think I can achieve something with a little subtlety. She spent no more than 5 minutes applying things here and there before proudly announcing that I was now a work of art and stepping away to get dressed. I went into the bathroom to see the result and smiled in the mirror. Madeline had kept her promise, she used a light hand. A touch of contour defined my cheekbones, a soft pink blush layered on top, and a champagne-colored highlighter shimmered on the high points of my face, giving a luminous, but not overly so, effect. She also applied a light brown shadow to my lids, making my eyes look more intense. It was still me, just a version of me who knew what a cosmetics store was. When I returned to the room, Madeline was already dressed. All the confidence I'd felt after looking in the mirror disappeared when I saw her. She was wearing crisp white shorts, red ankle boots, and a fitted USC football team t-shirt, all perfectly matched with her bright red lipstick. She'd found the perfect balance between college spirit and fashion. I'd also bought a USC t-shirt that same week, but it didn't shape my figure as gracefully. Instead, it accentuated my stomach in a way I wasn't thrilled with. I paired it with denim shorts and my white Converse, which, honestly, weren't so white anymore. I think Madeline noticed my self-deprecating look because she gave me a disapproving expression. No way. You look great. Thanks, but I don't know, do I look too casual? Or like a girl? Maybe I should wear heels. I think I packed a pair somewhere. Look, if you want to wear heels, go ahead. But don't do it because you think you should look a certain way. Trust me, you look gorgeous. Besides, guys love that natural, approachable look. I let out a low murmur as I considered my options. I really didn't want to wear heels. I hated them, and I knew my feet would hurt in less than an hour. That is, if I didn't twist my ankle first. In that moment, I appreciated Madeline more than I could put into words. She'd helped me get ready without making me feel less than, without implying that I had to change who I was. After letting her know I wasn't going to change my clothes, we grabbed our bags and headed for the soccer stadium. A sea of students dressed in red and gold was moving in the same direction as us. Just as she promised, Madeline linked her arm through mine and walked beside me the entire way. We got seats just a few rows from the field. I sat in the aisle and she sat next to me, in the infield. Music blasted from the speakers as people found their seats. The energy in the stadium was contagious, almost electric, and I felt it surge through my body as the others clapped and cheered. A man approached the podium in the middle of the field, asking for silence, and I tried to relax. It was all very stimulating, but I only had to be there for a couple of hours, and then I could go home. Right? The man at the podium introduced himself as the head coach of the University of Southern California, USC, football team. His serious, wrinkled, suntanned face exuded experience and determination. He wasn't much of a smiler, but his firm, powerful voice immediately captured the attention of everyone in the stadium. He concluded his brief speech by assuring the Trojans that they would give their all this season, prompting a thunderous ovation from the crowd. After she stepped back from the microphone, a tall, slender cheerleader with a flawless blonde ponytail took her place with contagious energy. "Hi, everyone. My name is Holly, and I'm the captain of the USC Song Girls," she exclaimed with a bright smile. "We're about to introduce our star Division I players, the incomparable Trojans." The stadium erupted in applause and cheers as I quietly sank into my seat. The excitement of the crowd was overwhelming. "And that's not all," Holly continued. "We'll have our traditional freshman race, a performance by our college band, and of course, a special little surprise we've prepared for tonight." The stands vibrated beneath my feet with the energy of the crowd, excited at the thought of seeing the cheerleaders in action. Holly managed to calm the crowd to make way for the players' introductions. One by one, she called out their names, and each young man emerged from the tunnel accompanied by a cheerleader. They walked together in front of the crowd, which continued to chant their names, until they stood in a single file behind the podium. The cheerleaders wore white uniforms adorned with crimson and gold accents, while the players dressed casually, wearing their jerseys over their clothes. I watched the group of attractive kids march past. Most of them waved enthusiastically to the crowd or fist-bumped each other. I laughed when I saw Gale walk out. He waved like a celebrity, but stumbled awkwardly. The cheerleader with him shot him a warning look when he almost knocked her off her feet, but they both recovered and took their places in line. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Two-time Heisman Trophy nominee, our star quarterback, Joel Moore. Holly announced dramatically. I covered my ears at the deafening roar that erupted. Joel walked confidently out of the tunnel, but unlike the rest, he didn't wave to anyone. He kept his gaze straight ahead, following his cheerleader to the line. Once there, he raised his face slightly and gave the crowd a discreet smile. The young woman on his arm was simply dazzling. Her long red hair tied back in a ponytail, the intense makeup that accentuated her features, and her elegant demeanor were unmistakable. She stood on tiptoe to whisper something in Joel's ear, who, visibly pleased by her words, responded with another smile that made her blush. "Let's give another big round of applause for our Trojans," Holly exclaimed. "Now we're going to start the traditional rookie race, so all the newcomers, step up." I watched Gale and 15 other players move forward, attentive to Holly's instructions. "Okay. We're going to take the next 10 minutes to set up the obstacles. During that time, you must choose a partner from the audience. They must wear their t-shirt to identify you as their partner, and together you will compete in a piggyback race." Holly stepped off the stage to coordinate the placement of the obstacles with the rest of the team, while the rookies excitedly rushed to the stands in search of their ideal partner. My heart raced as I watched Gale walk straight toward me and Madeline, without the slightest hesitation. "Oh no, please no." "But yes." He jumped the barrier and climbed the steps to my row. He knelt down beside me and gave me a cheeky smile. "What do you say, little one? Do you want to team up with me? Don't even think about it. I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of so many people." I whispered firmly, my eyes wide with surprise. What? Come on, Ophelia. I was your Prince Charming. You owe me this. No, not at all. You only helped me because you also made me fall. Hey, we agreed not to mention that, he whispered with fake desperation. Come on, Smalls, please. Just go out into the field with me and let me carry you on my back. I know I can lift you easily, and I owe you a million favors after this, I promise. Gale's puppy dog eyes were very persuasive, I must admit. Much better than when Jesus tried to convince me to do things for him. I looked to Madeline for help, but she just gave me an encouraging smile and said, Come on, what's the worst that could happen? Just don't look at the audience and have fun. I sighed and stood up. Was I really going to do this? I guess so. Gale jumped for joy and raised his fist in victory, which made the people who had been watching our conversation laugh. Keeping my head slightly tilted, I let Gale guide me down the stairs. When we reached the barrier, he jumped off effortlessly, as if it was no big deal, leaving me there, staring at him, not knowing what to do. Laughing, Gale caught up to me and said, Come on, Smalls. Hop on, I'll get you. Cautiously, I sat down on the barrier and swung my legs over the side. Gale then grabbed me by the waist and lifted me up in front of him. Oh, right, he said, as if he'd just remembered something. Then, quickly, he ripped off his shirt, leaving his torso exposed, and pulled it over my head. I glared at him as I peeled my arms out of my shirt and tried to fix my hair. We walked together toward the other newbies, who already had their partners. The more experienced players were almost ready to set up the obstacle course, and it looked simple enough. I kept my eyes on the course instead of looking back at the hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes watching us. The course would involve running to the middle of the field, negotiating a series of wooden poles, then passing through about 20 lined-up tires before running back and climbing a 5-meter wooden wall, then lowering myself down the other side using a rope. It would probably be easy, except for the fact that I'd be glued to Gale's back while he did it all. As the race was about to start, Holly had us line up in a row, and the girls climbed onto their players' backs. When I put my hands on Gale's shoulders, he turned around and smiled mischievously at me. Try not to touch me too much, Smalls, this is serious. I'm not losing. I laughed at his sudden determination and gave him the most serious look I could muster, making it clear I was playing to win. I don't know why, but my serious face made Gale laugh even harder, which I didn't mean to. On your marks, get set, go. Holly yelled, and at that instant, we took off. I was struggling to pay attention to what was happening around me as Gale sped down the field. I understood why I was a catcher, this kid was fast. All I could do was bury my face in his back and hold on with my legs and arms as he gripped my thighs and sped forward. I got a little dizzy as we dodged the wooden posts, but Gale's laughter calmed me a little. He didn't seem worried about falling or letting me fall. Suddenly, we were outside the goalposts, and Gale launched himself toward the tires. I looked up long enough to see there were no players in front of us. I didn't dare look back, but it seemed like we were winning. My head bounced up and down as Gale jumped from one to the other with great ease and then ran toward the wall. Okay, Ophelia, hold on tight. I have to use my fingers in the crevices to climb, so I won't be able to hold you. Okay, let's get this over with, I said with some apprehension as I tightened my arms around his neck. With that, Gale began to climb slowly, finding gaps in the wood to pull us up. Smalls. It's nice how much you love me, but you're kind of strangling me, Gale said between breaths as he pulled us up to the top of the wall. I lowered my arms, and as I did, my hands touched his chest. It was at that moment that I looked down and felt a little scared. Gail, noticing my unease, looked back and smiled at me. "It's okay, girl, I got you." I closed my eyes as I felt Gail swing his legs over to the other side. He made an effort to lower himself slowly while holding on to the rope. I kept my eyes closed, feeling his muscles tense as he dropped us a little further. I looked up just in time to see another player climbing the wall with a very scared girl clinging to his back, but it was too late. Gail dropped us off the last foot and then quickly ran back to his team. And the winner is number 12. Gail Reynolds. Holly shouted as the crowd cheered us on. Gail's squeals of joy made me laugh as he squeezed me against his chest. He squeezed me so tight I felt the wind knocked out of me, jumping for joy and acting like a fool. I vaguely heard Holly announce there would be a half-hour break before the introductions began, but I was struggling to concentrate with Gail's celebration still going on. Okay, Gail. Put me down, you're making my head spin too much," I said with a hint of complaint. He laughed and put me down, but he put an arm around my shoulders as he greeted some of his teammates who had come over to congratulate him. I sank down beside him, realizing I was surrounded by large, somewhat intimidating men. I think Gail noticed my tension because he rubbed my shoulder gently and tried to separate us from the crowd. Joel was a few feet away, chatting with the red-headed cheerleader. He was nodding along to what she was saying, but his eyes were fixed on our group. Why did he seem so upset? He always had a serious demeanor, but now he seemed to be looking at us as if we had somehow offended him personally. I looked away as Gail finally released us from the crowd, and we headed for the exit instead of returning to the stands. "Well, Smalls," he said as he squeezed my shoulder, "after that amazing teamwork, I'm sure you're my best friend, whether you like it or not. Give me your number." I laughed when he looked at me waiting. I actually felt comfortable around Gail, something that never had happened with other guys, except for Jesus. He was so easy to be around, and in the short time I knew him, he made me laugh more than most people ever had. He even managed to pull me out in front of a stadium full of people, and I ended up enjoying myself. That achievement alone made me feel like I owed him my number. So, without thinking twice, I handed him my number so he could write it down. "Hey. A familiar voice called out. "I thought after all that excitement, you might want to go back to the dorms," Madeline said as she approached. "Honestly, yeah, that would be great. I think I need to relax a little after all that moving around," I replied, giving Gail a playful look. He handed my phone back to me with a crooked smile. I saw he'd written down his number and had also texted himself to get mine. With one last tight hug, we said our goodbyes, and he ran back to his team. An hour later, I was lying on our couch, scrolling through the photos Madeline had sent me. She'd taken a ton of great shots of Gail and me during the race. A warmth spread through my chest as I saw photo after photo of the two of them laughing together. I looked like a normal college girl, enjoying the school spirit without a care in the world. One photo in particular caught my eye. It was right after Holly announced we were the winners. Gail had one arm tightly around me, holding me against his chest, and his other arm raised in victory. We were both looking up, laughing at our victory. Gail's t-shirt hung low on my hips, covering up anything I might feel insecure about, and the wind had tousled my hair, making it look bouffant. To be honest, this photo was almost perfect for me. @GailReynolds tagged you in a photo on Instagram. I clicked on the notification and went to his Instagram profile. He must have been looking for me because I saw he'd followed me. I tapped his last photo and realized someone had taken pictures for him too. He posted one of us waiting at the race start line. Just as I tried to put on my most serious face, he laughed at me. Now I understood better why. I thought I was showing her a small part of my tougher side, but it turns out it wasn't nearly as fierce. My eyebrows were slightly furrowed as I pouted, thinking it was a determined grimace, but it actually looked like I was pouting. I looked at the 50 reactions the photo already had and laughed out loud when I read the caption, "Who likes my new backpack?" This game-faced cutie is definitely the reason we won the rookie race. Feeling brave and somewhat euphoric from all the excitement, I decided to post some photos as well. My Instagram was pretty empty at the time. The last photo I'd posted was of my family a few months ago, and the rest were sporadic moments I shared with Britt and Bella. Overall, it made me look like a rather dull person. I decided to upload a photo of Gale running across the field with me on his back, then the celebration photo I loved so much. I captioned it, "Obviously, I did all the heavy lifting for the team. #USC freshman race," and posted it before I could change my mind. Just as I was about to get up to take a shower, my phone vibrated. I looked down and saw Gale sending me a bunch of messages. "Ophelia. Emergency. Tell me your room number. It's an emergency." Gale's text scared me so much that I instantly sent him my room number, not pausing to think about what kind of emergency would require it. My anxiety spiked as I imagined the possibilities. Maybe someone was chasing him and he needed to hide. What if he was followed here? Oh my God. Before my mind could delve too far into the abyss of the unknown, frantic knocking on the door made me run to open it. Gale was there, in the hallway, breathing heavily and with a spark of madness in his eyes. Without waiting for an invitation, he rushed inside and tried to catch his breath so he could speak. "Thank God, you're still wearing my sweater." I looked down and, sure enough, she was still wearing her sweater. After the day we'd had, I was so exhausted that I collapsed on the couch without even changing. "Phew," she exhaled, waving her hands. "Sorry, Smalls, but I had to run from the field and I don't have much time. There was a change at the freshman race. We have to take our girls to a frat party tonight." "Wait, what? I'm not going to any party. What do they need us there for?" "I have no idea. They don't explain anything to us newbies. They just give us orders, and if we don't follow them, they'll make our first year miserable. But I promise you, nothing will happen to you. Hazing is meant to bother us, not you. Look, please, Smalls. I'll take you, and as soon as the test is over, I'll bring you back. I promise." I sighed and looked down at my bare feet. I hate parties. And I didn't want to do this. But Gale had given me one of my first genuine experiences in college. Could this be another one? "Gale, I need your word that you'll bring me back. And I'm going to see if Madeline wants to come too." "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she shouted as she spun me around like a top. Dizzy, I entered Madeline's room and found her lying on the bed, playing on her phone. Thank goodness she was still dressed up from the rally. "Hey, do you feel like going to a football party? We won't be staying long, but just in case." Madeline looked at me as if I had grown 3 heads. "Are you inviting me to a party? With football players?" Of course I want to go. I couldn't help but laugh. What parallel universe are we living in? Minutes later, Gale was hurrying us toward Greek Row, checking his watch every few steps. When we arrived, the house was emanating music and light, with a few groups scattered around the garden. Luckily, it didn't seem as chaotic as it does in the movies. "It's an impromptu race party, so it shouldn't be too crowded," Gale whispered to me as we walked in, wrapping his arm around my waist. I snuggled into him, grateful for the protective gesture. Madeline, on the other hand, strode forward with the confidence of a queen, announcing she was going to get a drink before disappearing into the kitchen. "Hey, Reynolds, you're here." A tall, broad-shouldered, olive-skinned guy approached with a red plastic cup. "And you brought your girl," he added, his eyes fixed on me. "Ugh." My skin prickled as he scanned me from head to toe, as if he were appraising a used motorcycle. Finally, he nodded approvingly at Gail. "Wow," Gail said somewhat awkwardly. "Tyler, this is Ophelia, my running partner." "Ophelia, this is Tyler, our team's tight end." "Hi, nice to meet you," I said softly as I clutched the back of Gail's jersey. The guys chatted for a brief moment before moving on to greet more team members. I noticed that every time one of the players greeted me, they took an unusually long time to look at me. Gail seemed to notice too, because his arm tightened around me, and when I looked up at him, his lips were pressed into a straight line. "It's okay. Just breathe. Everything will be okay. Relax." I repeated this mantra over and over again as anxiety rose in my throat like a bitter sensation. The sooner I finished this race, the better, because all I wanted to do was grab Madeline and get the hell out of there. "What are you doing here?" a deep voice growled from behind us. I whipped around and found myself staring right into Joel's, his chest. Glancing up, I saw his face twisted in annoyance as he stared at me. "Rookie, why did you bring her here? Didn't you hear Tyler at the end of the pep rally?" Gail asked, pulling me away from Joel's glare. Joel noticed this too, because he narrowed his eyes at Gail. The final challenge of the race was for all of us rookies to get our girls here. A loud voice interrupted before we could say anything else. "All Trojans, meet on the back deck for deliberations before the true winner of the rookie race is crowned," Tyler shouted from the top of the stairs. Gail and Joel stiffened, then looked at me, as if unsure how to proceed. I looked back at them, equally stressed, not wanting to be left alone. "Okay, look, Ophelia," Joel said as he led me to a chair against the wall, "you're just going to sit here without moving, okay? As soon as we're done, I'll come back and get you to take you home, okay?" Anxiety tightened in my chest at the thought of being alone. So instead of speaking, I just nodded as I looked at Gail and tried to give him a casual smile. When I looked back at Joel, he was staring right into my eyes. He winced slightly and then surprised me by putting his hand on my thigh and squeezing it reassuringly. "Okay, we'll be right back." I watched the guys walk down a hallway that led to the backyard, then looked around. All the football players had left, so only the frat boys I assumed lived there and the other girls in sports jerseys remained. The bustle from the kitchen told me there were more people there. I wanted to go find Madeline, but anxiety kept me rooted to the spot. "Hey, gorgeous," a guy said as he sat down next to me. "You look thirsty. Here." He offered me a red cup. The man who sat next to me was wearing tight jeans and a beer-stained t-shirt. He had long, greasy hair that fell past his ears. His eyes were red and flushed, and his face had a fine layer of sweat. He leaned forward, placed his hand on my thigh, and squeezed. Unlike Joel, this didn't make me feel comfortable. "Oh, no thanks, I'm fine," I responded quickly. "Come on, baby, you look like you need to have some fun," he insisted as he shoved the glass in my hand. I felt so overwhelmed with what I should do that I reached for the glass to calm him down, but I didn't drink. I looked around for an escape route, but I didn't see one. No one else seemed to notice or care that I was uncomfortable. The boy's hand continued to move up and down my thigh as he watched me, and I felt my senses shutting down. Oh no. The anxiety attack brewing inside me wouldn't be small or manageable. I needed to find a way to get away from this boy. Actually, I said in my firmest voice, I was going to find my friend, so if you'll excuse me. I tried to stand up, but his large hand stopped me. He looked me straight in the eye and smiled. Come on, gorgeous. I just want to make sure everyone has a good time. Have a drink, and I'll go find your friend. My chest tightened as he took my hand and brought the glass to my lips forcefully. Fear enveloped me as I tried to keep my mind clear, but my vision was already blurred with unshed tears, and my body acted on its own. The liquid touched my lips, and I drank before turning my head away with a cough. He seemed satisfied that I'd finally drunk, so he stood and, with a wink, walked away from me. When he left, my body relaxed back into the chair. I spent a few minutes breathing deeply and trying to calm myself quietly as some of the anxiety dissipated. I knew I had to find Madeline soon, so I tried to stand up, but my head spun, and I fell back into the chair. What's going on? I tried to look around, but I couldn't focus on anything. It was like my head was underwater. My body was so heavy that it seemed impossible to get up. Panic began to creep in as I realized this wasn't the after effects of a sip of alcohol. I needed help, and I needed it now. With all the strength and determination I could muster, I managed to stand up. My eyes fell on the hallway I'd seen the boys walking down, and I staggered toward it. The hallway was dark, but I could see a door at the end with light shining through it. Every step I took toward the door required all my energy. I could barely keep my eyes open, but I knew I had to keep going. I sent up a silent prayer that I was heading in the right direction for help and reached for the doorknob. My body slammed into the door as I tried to turn the handle. My coordination was completely off, and my hand could barely hold on. Finally, I felt the knob turn and click. With a sigh of relief, I tried to open the door, but before I could, a hand clamped down hard on my wrist and everything faded to black. Listen, Ophelia, I said, gently taking her shoulders and guiding her to a chair. Just sit here and don't move, okay? As soon as we're done, I'll be right back to take you home. She tried to smile at the newbie, but I could tell she was uncomfortable. Ophelia had always been reserved. I'd never seen her in a social setting without her family or those two friends with her. She was like a princess who needed protection. When her eyes met mine, the fear in her gaze nearly disarmed me. Her brown pupils reflected such unease that, for a moment, I felt the urge to hug her and take her away from everything. I took a deep breath. It wasn't my responsibility, much less my place. Besides, I was in a public place. What could happen? Without thinking, I placed my hand on her thigh, feeling the softness of her skin beneath her denim shorts. I immediately stopped, mentally berating myself. What am I doing? She's Darius's sister. Instead of giving in to the impulse, I gave her a reassuring squeeze. Everything will be okay. I'll be back soon. As I left, I made a fist to dissipate the heat still lingering in my palm. In the backyard, the team was already assembled. Tyler, in the center, sported that arrogant smirk that betrayed his responsibility for this absurd plan. Guys, he announced, today we will decide the true winner of the rookie race. Since Dean Thomas banned initiation rites at the official event, our brothers of Sigma Pi lent us this venue. I crossed my arms, exasperated. It was obvious this was just a ridiculous test for the new guys. But then I remembered Ophelia, wearing one of their t-shirts. If Tyler was including the girls in his stupid game, he'd have to deal with me. Why did they bring the girls, Tyler? I asked firmly from the back. Calm down, Moore, he replied, smiling. Each rookie invited a girl with their jersey. Now, we'll decide who's the most attractive. The winner gets to avoid being the designated driver at the next party. Who do you think takes the title? My blood boiled at the thought of them evaluating Ophelia like a trophy. I looked at the rookie who'd brought her, Matt, or something like that, who seemed as annoyed as I was, but that didn't excuse him. I vote for number 2. She has an impressive cleavage. Don't compare, Tyson's girl is incredible. Gail's girl wins. That shyness gives her an air of mystery. I tensed as I recognized the description. They were talking about Ophelia. Ophelia is out of the question, I said, in a tone that cut through the murmur instantly. Everyone turned to me, surprised. Tyler looked at me for a moment. Are you filing complaints about that girl, QB? I'm not demanding anything. I'm just telling you, anyone who lays a finger on that girl is going to have to face me. My classmates looked at me, surprised and somewhat concerned. All of them, at some point, had experienced what it meant to face me, and surely none of them wanted to go through it again. Besides, I'd never shown interest in any girl, except for one-night stands. Interest? Is that what's causing this desire to protect Ophelia? Am I interested in her? No way. In fact, of course she's attractive, that's obvious. But she's my best friend's little sister and a family friend. Even though we're not close, this definitely comes from a sense of responsibility toward her family. The boys started deliberating again, but no one mentioned Ophelia, so I ignored them. As I leaned against the door, I felt the doorknob move against my back. I turned slightly to see if anyone was coming out, but the door didn't open. I frowned when I heard a knock on the other side. Was someone listening to our conversation? We didn't need someone hearing the entire USC football team behaving like chauvinists. I stepped back to open the door, but when I reached out to grab the handle, I felt someone turn it from the other side. Oh my God, Ophelia. Ophelia. Help, someone, please. When a girl's high-pitched scream rang out, I flung open the door and froze at what was happening. Ophelia was collapsed on the floor, practically unconscious, as her roommate tried to lift her up. I felt my roommates crowd around me, but all I could do was focus on Ophelia. I think she's been drugged or something, her roommate yelled. She needs to go to the hospital. Those words spurred me into action, and I felt logic returning to my body. I bent down, picked up Ophelia, and held her to my chest. Her head moved slightly, trying to look at me, which gave me some comfort. Okay, all rookies. I shouted, catching the newbie's attention. You're going to find the girls you brought here and make sure they get home safely. And for God's sake, make sure they're conscious. I didn't stop to see if they'd heard me before continuing. You. I yelled at one of the rookies who had brought Ophelia, take Ophelia's partner home. Finally, I turned to the rest of my team, who were staring at me with faces that mirrored my rage. Shut this party down. And if you find anyone with dangerous substances, make sure you give me their name. Wasting no time, I grabbed Ophelia tightly and ran to my truck. As I approached the passenger seat to put her seatbelt on, Ophelia began to murmur against my shoulder. Hush, it's okay, Ophelia. I'll get help. Just try to stay awake, I said in the calmest voice I could. Once she was secured, I quickly made my way to the driver's side and got in. I took a deep breath to calm myself, because I knew it wouldn't do Ophelia any good if I couldn't get to the hospital in time. And we set off. Joel. I heard the softest murmur coming from the passenger seat. Yes, I'm here, honey, I replied without taking my eyes off the road. Joel, no. Tell him, no. Tell him. It's okay, Ophelia, just breathe and try to stay awake for me. No, she said louder, causing me to look away from the road and back at her. She was completely slumped in her seat, but she was trying to keep her gaze fixed on me. "Okay, Ophelia, okay. What did you mean? You don't want me to say it? You don't want me to say it to whom?" As I said it, I realized who she was probably referring to. "You don't want me to tell your parents?" Ophelia let out a soft sigh and closed her eyes briefly as she nodded. All the energy left her body, and she fell apart even further. It seemed she'd only stayed awake to tell me that. Not tell her parents that their daughter is in danger. I don't know if I can do that. I decided I'd deal with that when the time came. I accelerated and kept going. Finally, I saw the emergency room entrance lights flashing in front of me, and I quickly pulled into a space. I jumped out of the vehicle, opening Ophelia's door and trying to remain calm when I saw she was already completely unconscious. Her chest was rising and falling, but it was slow and labored. I picked her up again and ran toward the doors. I must have caused a stir, because a nurse came running toward us with a questioning look. "I think she's been drugged," I gasped. "Please help her." "Okay, sir, just put her on that stretcher and we'll see her right away," the nurse replied calmly. I turned to the stretcher against the wall and gently placed Ophelia onto the sheets. I felt completely helpless now that we were there, and there was nothing more I could do. I just stood there, staring at her, trying to calm my breathing, stroking her hair with my fingers. More nurses were running toward us, and I knew they were about to take her from me. So, before they did, I bent down and kissed her forehead. "You're going to be okay, baby, just hold on a little longer." "Ophelia. Ophelia. Come on, it's time to wake up, miss." Who was talking? Whoever it was going to have to wait in a long line. My entire body had melded with the uneven surface around me. My eyelids were so tight and heavy it felt like something had sealed them shut, like an invisible weight was pressing down on them. Besides, this man was at the end of a tunnel trying to wake me up. No, it wasn't going to happen. Is it always so hard to wake her up? I heard the annoyed man's voice. "Well, honestly, I couldn't tell you," a deeper voice replied. "Ah." The annoyed man laughed. "I figured as his brother, you'd know." "My brother? Darius was here. Why was Jesus here? Wait, where are we?" The man's voice grew clearer and louder, as if he were nearing my end of the tunnel. Each word echoed in my head, dragging me from sleep, no matter how hard I clung to peace. A blinding white light brought me back to consciousness. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the blurs clouding my vision. As everything around me took shape, the room I was in became clear: a large window, industrial blinds, white walls, a plastic jug of water on a table. Joel leaning back in a chair. That last image made my eyes widen even more. Joel was sitting next to me in a stiff wooden chair. His brown hair was messy on his head, and a shadow of stubble covered his jaw. He was wearing dark jeans, a white t-shirt, and a red plaid shirt. They were wrinkled, as if he'd worn them for too long. His eyes, which stared at me intensely, had deep dark circles under their eyes. What was Joel doing here? What? I mumbled, my voice raspy. Joel's eyebrows furrowed in concern at the sound of my voice. What was going on? A slight tingling pain made my attention slide to my hands. That's when I noticed Joel holding my hand. Just as I felt his warm, rough hand wrap around mine, he quickly let go. "Hi, Ophelia, I'm glad you're awake," the annoyed man said again. My head spun as I turned to my right and saw an older man with gray hair, glasses, and a white lab coat. Wow. Dr. Annoying. Do you know where you are, Ophelia? The man continued. I looked around once more. This time, I noticed the heart rate monitor and 4 next to the bed. Hospital. I whispered with difficulty. Exactly, Dr. Annoyed replied with a smile. Do you know why you're here? His face hardened into a more serious expression as he asked the question. Fear coursed through me as I tried to remember how I'd gotten there. What could have possibly caused me to end up in a hospital, with Joel Moore, of all men, holding my hand? It must be something serious if Joel was trying to comfort me. The fluorescent lights and my anxious thoughts made my head pound even more. I quickly checked my body. There were no casts or bandages visible. I felt no pain, just a feeling of heaviness. My throat was a little sore, but other than that, I didn't feel any injuries. Why was I here? Anxiety surged in my stomach as I tried to figure out how I'd gotten into the hospital. I turned my head toward Joel, searching his eyes for answers. He seemed to read the frantic question in mine. Why can't you remember? Is this normal? He asked the doctor. Yes, that's pretty common in this case. Ophelia, your brother brought you in last night after you attended a party. When you arrived, you were having difficulty breathing, so we had to intubate you. You may experience some throat irritation for the next few days. You also had a mixture of ketamine and rohypnol in your system. It sounds like someone drugged you at the party. Drugged? At a party. I would have believed him more if he'd told me I'd been switched bodies. I'm hardly the kind of girl who'd go to a party, much less be careless enough to get drugged. How could this have happened? The gravity of the doctor's words made my throat tighten. Stress tightened my chest as I tried to recall my last memory. I could remember being on the couch posting on Instagram. Then, Gail texted me. But everything after that was a blur. Don't worry too much about trying to regain your memory now, Ophelia. I'm pretty sure the last 12 hours will come back to you soon. Now, there's something more sensitive I need to ask you. Would you prefer to be alone? The doctor said. My gaze returned to Joel. He moved to stand, and I realized he was about to leave me. At that moment, something shifted inside me. I was scared, alone, and lost as to what had happened. I hated being trapped in the unknown, so I clung to the only thing that was familiar, Joel. Please, stay, I begged, holding his arm tightly. In any other situation, I would have been mortified for behaving this way, but at that moment, I didn't care. I'd rather face the consequences of clinging to Joel than be alone. Okay, Ophelia, I'm not going to leave, Joel said quickly. But if you'd prefer privacy, I can wait in the hallway while you talk to the doctor. His words made sense, but a bout of anxiety bubbled just beneath my exterior, and I couldn't risk it leaving. What if he decided to leave for real? What if the doctor asked me a question I couldn't answer? Anxious thoughts swirled in my head, causing my grip on Joel's arm to tighten. No, please stay. I said, more forcefully this time. I continued to hold his arm, afraid he wouldn't hear me, but he stayed put. It's okay, Ophelia. Typically, when we have a patient who's been unknowingly drugged, we want to run a test to look for possible signs of sexual abuse. My nails dug into Joel's arm at the doctor's words. His large hand covered mine for the second time, and the warmth released some tension in my fingers. The calluses from his football hand scraped against my knuckles as he gently rubbed my hand. I kept my eyes on the doctor, avoiding Joel's gaze so I wouldn't see if he noticed the shivers running up my arm. I understand this might be scary, Ophelia, and I'm so sorry this happened to you. Now, we haven't run any tests yet because we had to wait for you to wake up and give consent. Your brother said you were left in a crowded room when the drug incident happened, and when he found you, your clothes looked untouched. That doesn't mean something couldn't have happened, but it's entirely your decision whether you want us to test you. The overwhelming question threatened to plunge me further into the spiral of anxiety. But the gentle movement of Joel's hand over mine helped me focus. I didn't feel any pain anywhere. I was still a virgin, so I was pretty sure I would feel it if something had happened. A small voice inside me whispered that I really didn't want to know. I was too weak to handle this, too fragile. Shame washed over me as I realized how pathetic I felt. Strong women face worse things every day and keep going. Meanwhile, here I was, hiding under the covers because if I don't see the monsters, they don't exist. I just want to go home, I said, shaking my head. Okay, Ophelia, that's your decision. Now you'll need to be monitored for the next 24 hours. You've expressed that you didn't want us to call your parents, which is your right as a legal adult. But if you wish to go home, I'll have to insist that someone stay with you to ensure you don't need to return. Your brother, perhaps. I frowned as I listened to the doctor. Why did he keep mentioning Jesus? Joel's hand paused on mine, and I looked back at him. Did he look guilty? I recognized the expression because it was one I'd found adorable when we were little. His eyes would widen slightly and he wouldn't blink, as if doing so was admitting guilt. Then he'd close his lips in a small pout and remain silent while Jesus bailed them out. Yeah, he mumbled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. I can stay with her, it's okay. Joel was actually going to stay with me. I didn't think so. It crossed my mind that maybe he was just telling the doctor that. I mean, I had him trapped, so he couldn't leave until I did. Right now, all I wanted was a shower and my bed. If pretending Joel was going to stay and take care of me got me out of there, then so be it. Perfect. Well, Ophelia, you'll most likely feel drowsy for the next few hours. You should rest and drink plenty of water. Drowsiness is normal, but if you start to lose consciousness or feel disoriented, you'll need to come back. Do you understand? Both Joel and I nodded at the doctor's instructions. I also suggest you file a report when your memory returns. Now, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. A nurse will be in shortly to help you dress and discharge you. With that, the doctor tapped his clipboard on my bed and left the room. I realized the doctor had mentioned my brother several times. Where's Darius? Also, why are you the one here with me? I asked Joel. My voice sounded raspy, like sandpaper had been scraped across my throat. Joel reached for the plastic water jug and poured a glass. He handed it to me with a one-word instruction, drink. I did as he asked and brought the glass to my dry lips. The cool water coated my mouth before sliding down my throat, leaving a trail of relief. I looked back at Joel, raising my eyebrows to signal I still had questions to answer. Well. I was the one who found you at the party. Well, no. Actually, you were the one who found me. Or us. Well, anyway, I brought you here and you begged me not to tell your parents. I nodded. The last thing I wanted was for my parents to know I'd been drugged. They wouldn't sleep a minute for the rest of my 4 years of college. Or my entire life. But they took me away from you and then wouldn't answer any of my questions. The idiot at the front desk just kept telling me I had to be family to see you. I couldn't not tell your parents if something was really wrong, but I didn't know for sure. So, well, I told the doctor I was Jesus so he'd let me in here. I looked at Joel, surprised by his confession. Had he been that worried about me? Wait, no. He'd been worried about my family. There's a difference. Anyway, a feeling of gratitude flooded through me for everything he'd done for me last night. Swallowing hard, I tried to find the words to thank him when a nurse entered the room. "Hi. Sir, if you'd like to wait in the hallway, I'll help Miss Ophelia get dressed, and then you can go." Joel didn't move immediately, but instead looked at me with a set jaw and raised eyebrows. An even deeper appreciation crept across my skin when I saw that he was clearly waiting for my permission to leave. The comfort that small gesture gave me was enough to convince me that he wasn't leaving. Well, that, and the fact that I wasn't going to let Joel Moore see me naked. I gave him a weak nod and settled back into bed as he left. A few minutes later, the nurse helped me put on the shorts and USC t-shirt I'd worn under Gail's jersey. I left that in the bag along with my wallet and my dead phone. My skin itched in the old clothes, and I was desperate to get home and shower. With an apologetic smile, the nurse insisted I be wheeled in. As we left the room, I saw Joel a few hallways away, talking on his phone. He turned as we approached, and I could see he was annoyed with whoever he was talking to. His lips were tight, and his eyes were dark with frustration. Was it my imagination, or did everything on his face soften a little when his eyes fell on me? "Whatever you want, do it, rookie. Or I'll put you on duty as a driver for the whole year," he growled. Then he put his phone away and moved his jaw to encourage us to follow him to his truck. The ride back to the university was silent. Joel didn't try to tell me anything, and I felt too intimidated to talk to him. So I stared out the passenger window and tried to clear my mind of all the questions I still had. The truck rumbled to a stop, and I looked up. In front of me was a 3-story brown house with a yard surrounding it. "Where are we?" I asked, finally looking at Joel. He frowned, confused, and replied, my house." That? Episode 3. "Your house." I repeated. "Why am I in your house?" Should I take you back to the ER?" Joel asked, raising an eyebrow. "The doctor said I should keep an eye on you for the next 24 hours. "No, it's not that. It's just that." I thought. "Did you think we'd go to your dorm?" "Don't even dream about it. I saw how small your couch was, and you don't even have a TV." A warm blush spread across my cheeks at his misunderstanding. No, I hadn't imagined we'd go to my bedroom. I'd assumed I'd return alone. Did he really intend for me to stay with him? I quickly ran through alternatives in my mind. The only person who could help me was Madeline, but we weren't close enough to burden her with such a burden. "Look, Ophelia," Joel said, with a hint of impatience, "it goes against every instinct I have not to tell your family about this. This is serious, and I'm keeping it a secret for you. So either you let me make sure you're okay, or I'm going to have to call your parents. Because I'm not going to take the fall if anything else happens to you." I turned to him, studying his words. His forearm was braced on the steering wheel, his jaw tense, and his gaze left no doubt. He was upset. Guilt and fear warred in my chest as I weighed my decision. Joel had done so much for me in the last 12 hours, even before. But how would I survive 24 hours alone with him? I was introverted, incapable of spending that much time with anyone, let alone him. In the end, though, guilt won. I didn't have the energy to argue, and he was just trying to help me. "Okay, let's go." "But I need to shower," I said cautiously. "Wait," Joel ordered, getting out of the truck and walking around to my door. With an unexpected gesture, he opened the plastic bag with my belongings and reached out for me, stiff as a soldier. I hesitated for a moment before looking down at the ground. Oh my God! What did anyone need with a truck that high? I grabbed his hand as he climbed out, bracing myself on the running board before hitting the pavement. A sudden wave of dizziness made me stagger, and Joel squeezed my hand firmly. Ow! You're going to break my fingers. I moaned as his grip became almost painful. A deep laugh escaped his lips, but he let go of me. I'd call you overreacting, but I guess this isn't the time, he said, with a flash of humor. Exactly. Rule number 1 when caring for someone, don't make fun of the patient, I replied, crossing my arms. I'll keep that in mind, no promises, though, he replied with a half-smile. Come on, come inside before you faint in the garden. For a moment, I almost looked for flying pigs in the sky, surprised that Joel and I were having a normal conversation. Instead, I followed his steps toward the spacious house. His muscles tensed as he bent down to open the door, and I quickly looked away. This would be harder than I imagined. As I crossed the threshold, I took in the spacious room. Shades of beige and brown dominated the room, with a huge TV and video game consoles on a shelf. Comfortable sofas surrounded a coffee table, and while there was some clutter, it was cleaner than I'd expect from a group of soccer players. To the right of the living room was a makeshift dining area, with 2 large tables pushed together, surrounded by about 20 chairs. Seeing this, I raised my eyebrows. How many people live here? I asked. Looking around, I noticed the house was empty and quiet. I realized I had no idea what time it was, but I assumed it was early from the lack of people. Too many people, Joel replied, his expression unemotionally. Some kids share rooms so we can fit most of the upperclassmen in here. Well, the important ones, anyway. The rest of them come here pretty often just to hang out. The disdain in his voice was evident. I smiled at his eye roll. Clearly, some things never change. Joel still wasn't getting along with the others. I caught a glimpse of the kitchen, tucked into the back corner, before Joel placed his hand between my shoulder blades. The gesture made me tense, but I allowed him to guide me toward a staircase. The first floor led to a long hallway with doors on both sides, but Joel pushed us toward the 3rd floor. His large hand ran down my spine, sending a shiver down my spine. Being this close to him, feeling his touch. It was intoxicating. It was as if his aura surrounded me and dominated my senses. I wanted to run away from him, but at the same time, I felt myself drawn even further into Joel's abyss. Oh, Ophelia. Are you still high or something? This is what happens when the entire male population ignores you. Clearly. Joel's room was at the end of the hallway on the 3rd floor. I don't know what I expected his room to look like, but maybe something more. In the center of the room was a huge bed with simple blue sheets and a black comforter. It was surrounded by bare white walls, except for a large TV facing the bed, 2 wooden nightstands, a desk, and a matching dresser. There was a large window peeking out from behind blue curtains, and a door on the opposite wall. Nothing personal or unique could be seen. A king-size bed in college was all I could manage as I looked around his room. Anything smaller and my feet will be dangling off the edge, he shrugged. Anyway. There's a bathroom through that door. You can shower and then go to sleep. My face softened at the thought of a hot shower. I needed to get rid of the hospital feeling urgently. The mere thought of being clean made me realize I didn't have any new clothes to wear. I don't suppose, could I ask for something to wear? I said softly, pointing at my wrinkled clothes. Joel walked over to the dresser, rifled through some drawers, and came back to hand me a pair of sweatpants, long socks, and a soft sweatshirt. I felt happy just touching the sweatshirt. What is it about boys' clothes that's so much softer than girls'? I loved stealing Jesus' sweatshirts from home and curling up in them. They were so cozy. Thanks, I smiled as he nodded, then turned and left the room. I guess the only positive thing about spending time with Joel is that he liked to talk even less than I did. No unnecessary small talk just for the sake of making noise. That took some of the pressure off, knowing he didn't expect, or care, for me to talk. I stayed in the shower 10 minutes longer than I needed to. My eyes closed repeatedly as sleep tried to creep in, but the water was so cleansing. The steam smelled of spices and wood from Joel's shower gel, while the warmth of the water massaged my aching muscles. When I couldn't stand anymore, I went outside and grabbed a towel from the rack. After drying myself off, I used the elastic around my wrist to pull my curls into a messy bun and got dressed. The sweatpants wouldn't stay in place, even after rolling the elastic several times. The sweatshirt wasn't any better, swallowing me completely and falling to just above my knees. I looked like a little girl, I realized with a grimace. But I'd also never been so comfortable in my entire life. It was like being surrounded by soft blankets, and all I wanted to do was curl up in them and sleep. When I came out of the bathroom, Joel was standing with his back to me in the middle of the room. He must have used a different bathroom because his hair was wet, and he'd changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt. The gray pants fit him much better than they did me. I clicked my throat to alert him of my presence, and he turned. His eyes scanned my body, down to the pile of pants hanging from my ankles and then back up to the mess of curls on my head. I could imagine what he'd see, but the ringing in my ears made it hard to care when all I wanted to do was collapse. "Well, it's almost 7 in the morning, why don't you get some sleep?" he said, gesturing to the enormous bed. "The sheets are clean," he added uncertainly. All I could do was walk over to the bed and throw myself down on it. I didn't bother moving the blanket, since I was basically using one. The moment my body relaxed onto the soft mattress, I drifted off into my own world. Wow, this feels good. The tension I didn't know I'd been building up melted away as I stretched out onto my stomach and let out a deep sigh. I shifted around a bit, rising and falling to find the perfect position. Eventually, I lay down on my side, knees drawn up and face pressed into the pillow. I was about to fall asleep when I remembered I wasn't alone. Joel remained in the center of the room. An amused smile lit his face as he watched me on the bed. When I caught his eye, his face hardened slightly. "I'll let you rest then. I have some homework, but I'll check on you later, okay?" All it took was a nod from me and he was gone. Within seconds, I was fast asleep. I woke up to the sound of two men whispering. Stretching, I saw the clock on the nightstand read 9:30 a.m. I struggled to my feet just as Joel walked through the door, his hands full of bags. "What's this?" I asked, rubbing my eyes with the back of my hand. The uncertainty in Joel's voice made me pay more attention. "Well, I thought you'd probably be upset after everything that happened. So, here," he finished awkwardly, shoving the bags into my hands. Looking inside the first bag, I saw it was full of candy. My mouth watered at the sour candies, which were my favorite. Then there were red vines, sour cream and onion potato chips, and about 10 cans of juice. How did Joel know I liked sugary drinks and candy when I was upset? I looked up to see him watching me with some apprehension. "I had a newbie go get it all while you were sleeping." He looked away as he ran his hand through his hair. "I think it was last summer. I was with Jesus when you called him mad about something. I remember him saying it was his brotherly duty to help you. So we went to the store, and he got you all this. So I thought I could help you now." He spoke as if he regretted it. For the second time, his discomfort somehow relaxed me. The fact that he could feel that insecure made him less intimidating. It's perfect, I assured her sincerely as I looked at the second bag. I sighed in relief when I saw a toothbrush. My mouth was dry from sleeping, and staying here all day without brushing my teeth would have been horrible. For me and for Joel, since he'd be the one smelling my breath. There were also 4 large bottles of smart water. You have to drink all of those before the day is over, he ordered seriously as he took one. I thanked him again for everything before excusing myself to go to the bathroom to brush my teeth. When I came out, Joel had placed his desk chair next to the bed and was relaxing in it with his feet propped up on the mattress. He had turned on the TV and was browsing Netflix. I settled back into bed with a sigh, tucking my butt into the most comfortable position and hugging my knees to my chest. Here, Joel handed me the remote, you choose. A silent conversation began as we tried to find a movie. I swiped through options that looked interesting, pausing, and looked at Joel to see his reaction. Sometimes his responses were small, a slight droop of my lips or his eyes narrowing at the screen. Other times he frowned, as if it were sacrilegious of him to think I wanted to watch Tangled. Okay, that option was a risky move. I finally settled on a movie Jesus and I often watched, The Goonies. I raised an eyebrow at Joel as he evaluated my choice. He rolled his eyes but ultimately gave me a curt nod, so I pressed play and settled in. I smiled as I sank deeper into the mattress while watching Chunk do the truffle shuffle. Looking at Joel, I could see a smile in his eyes that refused to leave. I still had a lot of questions about what had happened to me, some of which he could answer. But right now, all I wanted to do was wrap myself in that oversized sweatshirt, eat some sour candy, and pretend everything was okay. So that's exactly what I did. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, stealing glances toward the little girl lying in my bed. There was something about that, a woman, in my clothes, in my bed, that got to me. I'd made it a rule never to bring anyone over to my house, ever. If I was going to hang out with a girl, I'd go to her house, or maybe, on a more adventurous night, find a secluded spot. But not my bed. It didn't help that she looked so adorable in my sweatshirt and sweatpants. Her hair was barely held in that pink elastic, and the curls were straying everywhere. My clothes were so big on her that it was hard to tell where she ended and where they began. She looked like a tiny nymph I wanted to hold in my hands and put in my pocket. After what happened last night, I kept expecting her to collapse or fall apart. But so far, she's proven to be much stronger than I'd imagined. Or her ability to separate the pain is better than most. I wish I could be like that. Ophelia was sprawled across my bed, her head on the end. She was face down while chewing a red vine and watching The Goonies. Ugh, Jesus loved this movie and made me watch it all the time when we were little. Clearly, bad taste ran in the family. But compared to her other choices, this was the least bad. A feeling of guilt settled in my stomach when I thought of Jesus. He was my best friend, and if there was one thing he loved in this world, it was Ophelia. What would I do if I knew that every time I looked at her, I couldn't stop my eyes from lingering on her curves? I couldn't help it, I'm a man, and I was right there. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I cleared my throat to get her attention. She turned to me, and I was distracted by the red vine resting on her thick lower lip. Jesus, man. Get a grip on that. Your roommate, I said distractedly, before realizing what I'd just said. What the hell? I cleared my throat. Your roommate was with you last night when all that happened. You might want to text her. Ophelia's eyes widened as she reached for her phone, which I noticed was still in the plastic hospital bag. I stood up to grab it and saw she'd stuffed her old clothes in there too. My jaw tightened as I saw a white lace bra peeking out of her jeans. I quickly grabbed the phone and walked over to the desk to plug it in. When I turned it on, it began to buzz continuously with incoming messages. The sound made Ophelia lean closer, brushing past me to pick up her phone. Her small thumbs flew over the screen as she answered messages. Watching her, I had to clench my fists at my side to keep from touching her. Blood surged through my veins at her proximity. How many bras had I seen in my life? Too many to count. But seeing Ophelia's delicate lace, and knowing she wasn't wearing it, made me want to pick her up and shove her against the wall. I felt the discomfort in my pants and took a step back to get away from Ophelia, in case she noticed or felt anything. "I'll be back in a moment," I muttered as I walked stiffly toward the bathroom. I paced back and forth for a minute, thinking about the coach and address to calm myself. Oh, shit. The coach. Football. The stress of what happened last night had completely made me forget. It was Friday, which meant there was a football game that night. What the hell was I going to do with Ophelia? I shouldn't leave her alone, but I doubted she'd want to go to a game. Besides, I couldn't keep a better eye on her at the stadium while I was on the field. I walked into my room and saw her, Ophelia, back in my bed. She'd paused the movie and was looking at her hands with a thoughtful expression. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked. "Oh, yeah." Madeline was so worried about me. "I don't know, it's silly. Anyway, do you want to keep watching?" "Actually, I have some bad news. I have a soccer game soon." Ophelia looked at me immediately, and I thought I saw a spark of sadness in her eyes. "Oh, sure. Do you want me to go then?" "What?" "No. You're not going anywhere," I said without thinking, and she flinched a little at my words. "I'm sorry. I just meant. Look, I don't think I can miss the game, but I'm supposed to watch you for 24 hours. So we have to figure something out." "Well, I've been feeling fine since I woke up. I'm sure I'll be fine on my own for a while." "Okay," I said, rubbing my chin, trying to come up with a plan. I needed to know she was okay all the time. "How about this? I'll give my phone to a backup, since he'll be on the bench the whole time. I want you to text me every 20 minutes telling me you're okay. If he doesn't get a text, I'll come right back." "Okay." Ophelia rolled her eyes. "Every 20 minutes? Really? Why not every hour?" "Because, Ophelia," I said seriously, "if something's wrong for an hour, I won't know." I saw her shiver slightly, but I wasn't sure why. Was she cold? How could she be with so many clothes on? "Do you want me to turn up the heat?" "What?" "Oh, no. I'm fine, thanks," she replied, a blush spreading across her cheeks. "Okay." We spent the rest of the day watching movies and eating snacks. I offered to order real food, but Ophelia was happy with her chips and juice. I had to leave at 4, but standing there with my soccer backpack on my shoulder, I couldn't move. "Seriously, Joel. I'll be fine, just go." "Okay, but you better send me those messages, Ophelia, I mean it," I said as seriously as possible. Yeah. Every 20 minutes. I'm about to put on Tangled, so you better go." "What?" "Don't watch that movie on my Netflix. Someone might see that I watched it on my account." That made her laugh, which I didn't quite understand because I was completely serious. Finally, with a sigh, I left. The game was stressful, but not because of the players in front of us. That was easy. No, the really stressful thing was that I spent the whole time staring at the guy with my phone. He gave me a little thumbs up every time, but I was still worried. As soon as we won the game, I grabbed my phone and ran off the field to take off my gear. I could hear my teammates celebrating at the end of the tunnel, but I had to go. I quickly dressed, gathered my things, and ran to the parking lot. When I left the locker room, there were people everywhere, waiting for the players or celebrating. I ran through the crowd, dodging a couple of fans and almost running over a couple of stupid kids. But I made it to my truck and headed home to where Ophelia was. She'd sent the text as promised, so I didn't know why I was worried, but until I saw her safe and sound, I couldn't calm down. Arriving in front of the house, I quickly parked and ran inside. I took the stairs two at a time and entered my room, scanning the room instantly. Ophelia barely looked up from her phone. "Oh, hi, Joel," he said nonchalantly, pressing a button. "How was the game? Are you okay?" I asked as I approached her. Concern made me gently cup her chin and lift her face toward mine. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "Confusion. What's the date today?" Ophelia frowned in thought. "September 4th. I gave her one last look to convince myself she was okay, and when I looked back at her, she wrinkled her nose. "Joel, you smell bad," she said with a laugh. "Sorry for rushing in to make sure you're okay," I replied listlessly, sniffing me. "Yeah, I wasn't that okay. I'm going to order real food because I can't handle red vines for dinner. Is pizza okay with you?" She nodded enthusiastically, so I placed the order on my phone and went to shower. I was drying my body and wiping the steam off the mirror when I heard my colleagues arrive. Shouts and noises indicated they'd brought people. Someone was giving orders, and music was starting to filter through the floors. Aren't these morons really having a party now? I dressed quickly and shook my hair with the towel before dropping it to the floor. In my room, Ophelia was sitting up in bed, her back against the headboard. Her skin was paler than usual, and as I approached, I noticed her hands were shaking. "Ophelia, are you okay?" I asked as I sat on the edge of the bed. She looked at me, but her eyes were fixed on nothing, and she whispered, "I'm sorry. I think I remember." Boom, boom, boom. A thump on the door made Ophelia jump and look around, disoriented. "He's just one of my classmates, Ophelia, he's fine," I tried to reassure her. I stood up to open the door and looked at James seriously. "Did you have to slam the door like that?" I growled. "I'm sorry, but you should give me a big kiss now." "Do you know why?" "I saved your pizza," he celebrated as he handed me the 2 boxes. "The guys almost stole them, but I saw your name on the receipt and took them. We know how grumpy you are when you're hungry." "This isn't the time, James," I growled, trying to close the door. "Oh, and tell those jerks downstairs I'm closing the party at midnight." After closing the door, I turned and saw Ophelia, still lost in her thoughts. I dropped the pizzas at the end of the bed and sat down next to her, hesitating for a moment before putting my hand on her leg. "Do you want to talk about it?" I asked uncertainly as she continued to stare at her fingers. She raised her head toward me, and my heart sank at the sight of her large, glassy eyes and trembling lower lip. Tears began to fall as she shook her head. "Sure, it's okay, Ophelia," I whispered as I stroked her leg, feeling terribly nervous because I knew I could make things worse. "Look, it's okay, we don't have to talk if you don't want to." Ophelia continued to shake her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her breathing sounded strange, as if it were stuck in her throat. Before I could hesitate, I wrapped my arms around her and held her against my chest. Her fragile body trembled against mine, awakening a protective instinct in me, but how could I protect her from her memories? If I ever find him, I'm going to make that guy pay for what he did to her. At first, Ophelia didn't seem to notice because she kept crying between ragged breaths, her face buried in my chest, soaking my shirt. I shifted so I could lean against the headboard and hold her, wrapped between my legs. I rocked her gently and whispered soothing words into her ear, trying to drown out the music and screams coming from downstairs. I was so lost, so out of place. I thought maybe stroking her head would calm her, but instead, she froze and lifted her face to mine. "Did you just pet me like a dog?" she whispered through her tears. Her face lit up with a small smile. "Well, sorry, honey. I'm no expert on what to do when someone's like this," I grunted, though I could hear the slight relief in my voice at seeing her starting to recover. Ophelia tensed in my arms, as if she suddenly realized how we were sitting. Sorry," I said, clearing my throat. I didn't know what to do. She looked at me for a moment, her head tilted, as if considering something. The brown tones of her eyes softened, and suddenly, I was caught in a sea of warm chocolate. I was completely absorbed, and my mind clouded as I gazed up at her. The urge to get closer almost drove me to lean my face toward hers. Almost. Before I could do so, she got up from my lap with a shy smile and reached for the pizza. "You helped me." "Sorry, sometimes I just get overwhelmed, I guess." "It's hard to control," she said, looking away, blushing. Was she embarrassed? "I feel that way too, out of control, you know," I muttered under my breath as I took a slice. "Really?" she asked, her eyes wide. "What do you do when that happens?" Shit, I hadn't thought of this. Ophelia has been intruding on my thoughts lately, but talking about my feelings wasn't in my plans. However, her curious gaze was so genuine it made me want to say something to her. "I don't know." I shrugged. "I don't do anything healthy, that's for sure. Sometimes I hit things." I didn't add that I sometimes hit people too, or that I punch brick walls until my knuckles bleed. Ophelia already looked worried by what I'd just said. Ophelia nodded as if she understood and approached me. She sat next to me with her pizza, shoulder to shoulder, as we leaned against the headboard. I liked that she didn't push me any further than necessary. She was comfortable in the silence, as was I. I smiled as I took another slice and handed her the remote so she could choose a program. She was much smaller than me, her head barely reaching my shoulder as we ate. Every now and then she looked up to see if I approved of the choice, and I was tempted to pull her towards me, but I resisted. I had to remind myself that this was Darius's little sister. "Hey, Joel." His soft voice brought me back to reality. "Thank you, for last night. For today. Just, thank you." She smiled softly before looking back at the television. I watched her for a few seconds, unable to tear my gaze away, lost in the pride her words stirred in me. I was a mess, but somehow, Ophelia had thanked me. I'd done something to help her. My cheeks lifted in an unfamiliar smile, and then I thought I was done, but no. She leaned her head against my shoulder. A small pressure, light but powerful. I swallowed and didn't know what to do with my hands, so I just let them rest there while we finished dinner. "Hey, Queens of Chaos. It's been a while." Bella's voice came out of my laptop speakers, a little distorted but full of energy. "How's your first month of college going?" I smiled at the screen as Britt told us about her exciting sorority entrance, but my smile didn't reach my eyes. I listened to my two best friends swap stories about parties, boys, and new friends. Under other circumstances, this would have been relaxing for me, settling in and enjoying the Britt and Bella show in spectator mode. But now I just felt lost. They both seemed to be loving college life and their newfound freedom. Of course, it was to be expected. They were social butterflies who lived for fun. However, listening to them now made me feel like I disconnected from my former self. I wanted to scream through the screen that they were being superficial, that life wasn't all gossip and laughter, and that sometimes you just need to talk about something with a little more substance. Like, for example, being drugged. I hadn't told them anything about what happened to me last month. I tried a couple of times, but the right moment never came up. Our conversations in the group always went a mile a minute, with Britt and Bella diverting the topic every 2 seconds. I never got the chance to talk about what I'd experienced. And, to be honest, I wasn't sure I wanted to hear his opinion either. I know I was naive to accept a drink from a stranger. I don't need to be reminded of that or called, awfully the innocent, in that condescending tone. So, awfully, what's up with you? Britt brought me back to the conversation, which I'd been playing no part in since it started. Oh, well, classes are going well. History isn't exactly what I expected, the essays are a chore. But a professor gave us a great assignment, to write a story based on a historical event. So I'm excited about that. They both nodded politely, but I almost rolled my eyes at their obvious lack of enthusiasm. That's cool, awfully. Bella said in a honeyed voice. But tell me you're at least having fun, too. Any parties? No parties, I stammered. I have been having fun, though. My roommate is super nice, and we spend a lot of time together. I also made a new friend, Gail. He's really busy with football, but he always shows up. A soccer player. Is that the one on your Instagram? Seriously, awfully. He's hot. Or is he? Bella insisted. I guess. But we're just friends. Dude, why? Take advantage of it. Why be just friends with a hot athlete when you can be friends? Britt waggled her eyebrows as if her hint hadn't been made any clearer. Frustration boiled inside me as I tried to stay calm. Had they forgotten who I was in just a month? When had I ever taken advantage of someone? They knew intimacy was important to me, even special. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Mads and Gail, I have to go because I agreed to study with them, I said, forcing a smile. See you. I love you, awfully. Go win that boy over. Bye, baby. I shook my head as I closed the laptop. How was it possible to love someone so much and, at the same time, not like them that much? Had Britt and Bella really changed so much in just 1 month? As I was combing my hair and getting ready to go out, a nagging thought echoed in my head. What if it's not them who have changed, but me? Since the event at the pep rally, my emotions had been rock bottom. I remembered most of what had happened to me, but I still hadn't filed a police report. The football team had investigated the fraternity that hosted the party, and apparently, the guy I described hadn't been part of them. Apparently, some unknown people had shown up that night, so they assumed it was one of them. I received all of this in a brief text from Joel a few days after I left his house. Joel was definitely a major factor in my out-of-control emotions. That day we spent together was so different. It was as if we had both decided to let go of our preconceived ideas about each other and simply exist in our own world. He didn't treat me like his best friend's little sister, and I didn't treat him like the bane of my existence. But the next morning, everything changed again. A blush crept across my face as I remembered that day. The night before, Joel and I had stayed up late, eating pizza and watching movies. The sounds of the party downstairs triggered my memories and my anxiety. Being around Joel helped in some ways, though. I mean, his clumsy attempt at comforting me snapped me out of my first meltdown, but even afterward, it calmed me down. I think it was because Joel's presence was so large, so dominant. He cast a shadow over everything else, in a way that made himself the center of attention, without even knowing it. With him by my side, it was all I could focus on. The rest of the house and the party disappeared, and we were in our own bubble. We probably fell asleep at some point, both of us lying in bed, staring at each other. I woke up the next day with my head crushed. My face was pressed against a hard surface, and the pressure on the back of my head kept me immobile. Joel had hugged me while I slept and held me like a stuffed animal against his chest. Every time I tried to pull away, he groaned in his sleep and pulled me closer to him. Finally, I had to reach up and pinch Joel's cheek to wake him. From my position on his chest, I leaned in far enough to see his eyes snap open. He blinked, disoriented for a moment, before looking at me. His arms fell away from me as if my skin was burning him, and I was finally able to take a deep breath. Things got awkward after that. Joel quickly got up and headed to the bathroom and stayed there for almost half an hour. We spent the morning in silence, neither of us knowing what to say or do now that the bubble had burst. Finally, around noon, Joel led me back to my bedroom and said a somewhat stiff goodbye. We spoke briefly via text, mostly him asking how I was. He asked me about filing a police report and then updated me on the frat boys. But other than that, I hadn't seen or spoken to him again. Now, it was the first week of October, and I had created a routine. Go to class, focus on homework, spend time with Mads and Gail, and try to forget my night with Joel. So far, I had a 75% success rate. My classes were stressful, but I had adjusted fairly well. I still struggled with class discussions, but that only accounted for a small portion of my overall grade. Leaving my dorm, I walked toward the field next to the USC library, where I would meet up with Mads and Gail. My new friendships had brought me so much happiness over the past month, in contrast to all the stress. When I returned to Joel's house that day, Madeline had been waiting for me. She was very supportive, but not overly so. She hugged me and let me release my tears on her shoulder for a long time. Then, when we were done, she looked me in the eyes and told me I was a strong girl, that I could get through this. Surprisingly, at that moment, I truly believed in her. Gail stopped by later that afternoon and hugged me so tightly I felt like it was breaking my bones. I was surprised to see some tears in his eyes as he apologized profusely for taking me to the party. Of course, I forgave him immediately. It wasn't his fault, it was the guy who drugged me. Well, and mine for not saying no. However, when I told Gail that, his face transformed into a mask of anger that didn't fit with his otherwise cheerful features. "Don't you dare blame yourself, Ophelia," he said to me. "Yes, things like this happen to many people, it's never the victim's fault," Madeline said vehemently. The three of us spent the rest of the weekend together, relaxing and taking my mind off what had happened. From that moment on, we just bonded. "Hey, Ophelia. Over here." I heard Madeline calling my name. When I looked up from my thoughts, I saw her and Gail lying on the grass surrounded by books. I walked over and plopped down next to them, adding my own books to the mess. "How are you, Smalls?" Gail said without looking up from the notes he was taking. "I've told you this before, Gail, and I'll tell you again." "I don't know how to answer that question," I replied playfully as I opened my folder. We spent the next hour studying in silence, the only sound the scraping of pencils on paper and Madeline's keyboard work. To my surprise, this had become our regular study spot. Even though it was technically fall, the hot Los Angeles sun warmed us almost every day. The manicured lawn was the perfect place to sit and read, take notes, and write papers. Hey, Ophelia. Gail interrupted my piece. Have you talked to Joel lately? What? No, why would I? I asked, surprised that he'd mentioned Joel. No reason. It's just. I don't know, he seems different lately. I mean, he's never been the nicest guy, but I always felt like deep down he was a softie who just needed love. I laughed out loud. That was a very Gail assessment of Joel. So, you don't think that anymore? I asked with a mischievous smile. I don't know what that guy needs. Maybe Jesus, but he's been impossible these past few weeks. He has the patience of a kid, he snaps at the slightest thing. I frowned. I realized I didn't really know Joel well enough to decide whether anything was wrong or not. I mean, those 24 hours we spent together were the longest I'd talked to Joel in years, and we didn't even say much. I've seen him twice and I barely know what his voice sounds like, Madeline said from behind her laptop. Yes, I'm sorry, Gail. But as for Joel Moore, I'm as lost as you are. Later that night, I was back in my dorm listening to music. It was a Saturday night, so for many college students that meant hanging out with friends and having a party. For me, however, it was my night to blast music and clean my room. My routine consisted of doing all my homework on Friday nights and during the day on Saturday. So Saturday night was for cleaning and laundry. This left me Sunday to relax and recharge before school on Monday. It was the perfect system. Looking at my phone, I saw it was 12:05 a.m. My clothes dryer cycle must have finished. I grabbed my basket and left the bedroom to go to the laundry room. After gathering my clothes, I came back and threw them all on the bed to fold them. As I was organizing everything, something red caught my eye. I sighed and picked up the USC football sweatshirt Joel had lent me at his house. I'd had to wear it when I got home the next day, and he never asked for it back. I washed his clothes right away and set them aside to return them to him, but then I grew weak and longed for the comfort of his sweatshirt. I wore it for a few nights, then washed it again, vowing this time I'd keep it until he wanted it back. But then he'd wear it again. It was a vicious cycle. What the heck, I thought, as I grabbed a towel and my sweatshirt. I went to the bathroom, took a shower, put my hair in a bun, and brushed my teeth. Once I put on Joel's sweatshirt, I felt like a cat that just found a sunny spot on the carpet. Wow, this thing is so comfy. Then I went back to my room and put on a pair of underwear before going back to my clothes. Once I folded everything, I could finally go to bed. Just as she was putting the last piece of clothing in the closet, a loud banging sound echoed in the hallway. Madeline had left early that evening to meet some friends from political science. Had she forgotten her key? I slowly approached the door as the knocking continued. Bringing my face closer to the keyhole, I closed one eye to peer down the hallway. When I focused on the figure outside my door, I recoiled with a start. Joel. I opened the door just enough to peek out, asking, "What's wrong?" He stood in the hallway, his fist still raised, as if he were about to hit the wood again. When he saw me, his lips curved into a slow smile, and he leaned forward, leaning against the frame. His chest invaded my personal space, forcing me to step back a little to look him in the eye. "Hi," he said with an expression I'd never seen on him before. Joel didn't usually smile genuinely, his gestures were more sarcastic or mocking. But this time was different. Upon closer inspection, I noticed his pupils were dilated and the tension that normally clenched his jaw was gone. "Joel, are you drunk?" I asked cautiously. Me? Not at all, he replied with another smile, which reminded me of the ones Jesus used to give me when he was keeping a secret. Yeah, sure. So, what are you doing here? Well, aren't you going to invite me in? He said, leaning a little closer to me. I hesitated for a moment. Should I do it? Curiosity flooded my mind to know what he wanted, but he was drunk and not acting like himself. I stared at him, as if his eyes could give me an answer. He held my gaze, eyebrows raised, waiting. Just as I took a breath to respond, he pouted slightly, and I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, come in, I said with a laugh, opening the door fully. He walked in confidently, smiling proudly, as if he'd won a prize. The door to my room was still open, and he headed straight for it, as I followed. Upon entering, I stopped when I saw him slump onto my bed, settling back against the headboard. Compared to his height, my room looked like it was made for a doll. Even sitting, his feet almost reached the edge, and if he stretched out his arm, he could probably reach the closet. Your bed is too small, he complained, shifting uncomfortably. No, you're just too big, I replied, rolling my eyes from the doorway. My voice caught his attention, and his gaze darkened as he scanned my body. Was he upset? I looked down and realized I was still wearing his hoodie. Oh, God. Joel, I'm sorry. I should have given it back to you, I stammered, moving closer to the bed. No, he snapped, making my eyebrows rise. I mean, keep it. I never use it. But isn't that your team sweatshirt? I asked, tilting my head. Yeah, but I don't need to go around announcing that I know those jerks, he said dramatically, leaning his head back, revealing his sculpted profile. For a moment, my mind blurred as I stared at his jaw, so defined it made me swallow hard. Looking back at me, Joel reached out and pulled me towards him. There was barely enough room, but I managed to sit on the edge, facing him. A tingle of nerves ran over my skin as I tried to settle in. This was completely new to me, having a man in my bed, and Joel on top of that, so close was intoxicating. So, why did you come? I asked in a whisper, trying to maintain my composure. He sighed, looking down at our clasped hands. With his other hand, he fiddled with my fingers, as if nervous. Concern overcame anxiety, and I murmured. Joel, are you okay? Yeah, sure. It's just. He cut off with a moan and dropped his forehead onto my shoulder. I froze, unsure how to react to this unknown version of him. Please don't make me say it, baby, he murmured against my skin. God, that word again. He'd used it the time I'd collapsed after his soccer game. It had melted my heart then, just like it did now. But this time it sounded more intentional, less like a slip of the tongue. What did you say? I whispered, still unable to move. A shudder ran through Joel's shoulders as he raised his face to look at me. It's just, he began, wincing. But he seemed to have given up. He sank down onto the bed and slid down until his face was buried in my pillow. The scene was comical, this big man acting like an exhausted child, his feet dangling off the edge of the mattress. He mumbled something else into the pillow before turning to me. I don't know how to do this. Talking about feelings, it just doesn't come to me. So, do you have feelings you want to talk about? I asked gently, looking at him closely. Joel nodded slowly. I smiled at him as he watched me, somewhat uncertainly. The whole situation was a little overwhelming, but I felt like he really needed this. After all, something very powerful had brought him to my bedroom in the middle of the night. He sighed, resigned, and turned on his side, resting his head on one hand. I haven't been able to concentrate since the meeting at the gym, he said, fiddling with the edge of the quilt. Yes, I sighed, somewhat sadly. That night changed a lot of things for me too. Then he took my hand again, bringing it to his chest. Are you okay? I've been worried sick, but I didn't know what to do, she asked, her eyes filled with genuine concern. I've tried to move on. I feel like I can't do anything but let it go, even though it still affects me, I mumbled, shrugging. Not knowing how you were was upsetting me, Ophelia. For a whole month, all I've wanted to do is come see you, but I thought you wouldn't want anything to do with me. His words hit me hard. After what happened at the hospital, he'd proven to be much more sensitive than he let on. Had he been worried about me all this time? I remembered a comment Gail had made about Joel, about how complicated he could be. Was it possible that all of this really affected him that much? I found it hard to believe I could have that effect on him, but it was fitting. If it affected you so much, Joel, you could have come, I said quietly, not knowing how to respond to his unexpected confession. Really? He sat up a little, looking at me firmly. Because I've decided something, Ophelia. I want to talk to you. We're talking. No, I mean, like, do it often. I don't usually talk to anyone. Except for Jesus, and sometimes James. But for some reason, I want to do it with you. My mind raced at that. Did he enjoy talking to me? Had he enjoyed those shared moments as much as I had? I almost gave in to that teenage version of myself, the one wondering if Joel Moore had feelings for me, until I heard him mention Jesus and James. Joel. Are you asking me to be your friend? I asked, smirking, thinking about how childish that conversation sounded. Do friends talk? And do they spend time together? Often? He asked, frowning slightly. At first, I thought he was joking, but his expression told me he was serious. The poor guy had no idea what friendship entailed. Yes, Joel. Friends do both. Then it's settled, he said, looking me in the eye. Ophelia, will you be my friend? I swallowed as I considered my answer. Could I be friends with Joel? I knew I didn't love him anymore, if I ever had, but I was still attracted to him. What if this ended with my heart broken again? I wanted to believe I wasn't that girl anymore. That I was more mature now, more aware. Okay, I replied with a small, somewhat unsure laugh. I'll be your friend. I had barely finished saying it when his long arms wrapped around me in a hug so tight I could barely breathe. My face ended up buried in his chest once again, while his forearms pressed hard against the back of my head. God! You're so huggable, he said, shifting his torso from side to side and pulling me with him. Okay. I complained, trying to move my head away as best I could. As your friend, I feel it's my duty to tell you that you don't know how to hug, sir. Well, to be fair, he said, scratching the back of his neck, my only other friend is Jesus, and we don't hug. I laughed lightly, encouraged by how adorable he was being, and reached over to take his arms. I wrapped them around my back and placed my own around his neck. See? It's not that hard, I laughed, just as he squeezed me again, so tight I could barely breathe. Okay. We'll have to practice, I said between laughs, patting him to get me to let go. So, what were you doing tonight that led to all this? I asked as he settled back against the headboard. James, he replied, rolling his eyes. He scooted up against the wall and then pulled me toward him. He practically dragged me after practice. Apparently, being Joel's friend meant getting used to him touching me without warning, at least when he was a little drunk. And also that he didn't understand that you shouldn't treat your friends like rag dolls. But that's a lesson for another day. I didn't mind his displays of affection. In some ways, they reminded me of Gail's physical comfort, albeit with a different, more emotional quality. But the feeling of protection emanating from him was similar. We went to a pub on campus, and he ordered too many shots. According to James, whiskey makes me impulsive, but tequila makes me friendly, she said, shaking her head, as if James was exaggerating. Although, to be honest, I don't think he was entirely wrong. So, what do friends do now? She asked, genuinely curious. Smiling, I decided to test the limits of this friendly Joel. I went to grab my laptop, placed it on the desk chair, and moved it closer to the foot of the bed. I opened YouTube, selected a playlist, and snuggled back under his arm. For the next hour, I showed Joel my favorite content creators. Although his usual sarcasm returned at times, he didn't ask me to turn it off. I made a mental note to ask him afterward if our new friendship included watching Tangled or Frozen. The next morning, I woke up with a smile. Joel had his back against the wall, his arm extended beneath my head. He tried to give me space, but it was clear this bed wasn't designed for football players. I felt a warmth in my chest. It was the second time I'd woken up in his arms. The first time hadn't been as comfortable, but it was incredible how quickly things changed between us. Thinking back to that morning after the pep rally, anxiety flooded me. How much had he drunk last night? Was this another repeat of that misunderstanding? I felt like we'd made progress at his house, but the next day everything fell apart. Would the same thing happen now? What if he didn't even remember what he'd said? Instinctively, I sat up to get away before I made a fool of myself. But before I could move completely, a large hand fell on my face and slid down. Hush, sleepy, too early, Joel murmured sleepily, without opening his eyes. I took my hand away, sighing. Some of my anxiety dissipated, but I still needed a moment alone. I'm going to make breakfast, I whispered. He opened one eye to look at me, and I froze. This was the moment. If I was going to go back to the old Joel, or if I didn't remember anything, I'd find out now. With bacon, he murmured. I almost laughed with relief. Instead, I nodded with a smile. With bacon, I confirmed. 10 minutes later, the coffee was ready and the bacon was sizzling in the pan. I took some hash browns out of the freezer and put them in the oven. I felt his presence before I heard him drag a stool over and sit at the counter. Without turning around, I filled a cup of coffee. Milk or sugar? I asked, looking over my shoulder. His hair was disheveled and his clothes wrinkled. His slightly puffy eyes betrayed his tiredness, and he shook his head. Apparently, we were back to the silent Joel. As I handed him the cup, I remembered his lounge pants were still in my closet. I went to retrieve them and came back with a triumphant smile. Here, I said, handing them to him. I only wore this sweatshirt last night, in case you want it back. No. Seriously, keep them, he replied hoarsely as he grabbed the pants and headed to the bathroom. But it would have been nice to have them last night, before I slept in these uncomfortable jeans, he added without turning around. As charming as ever, I murmured as I finished preparing breakfast. Just as the bacon was ready and she was starting to fry the eggs, Madeline's door creaked open. She stepped out, half asleep, and stopped when she saw Joel. Oh. So I didn't dream it, there was a guy in your bed, she commented as if it were the most normal thing in the world. She walked past me to get some coffee and sat next to Joel at the bar. Ophelia makes the best breakfast in the world. You should consider yourself lucky. I'm Madeline, by the way, she said confidently, extending her hand. I know we've met, but we were never officially introduced. Joel looked at his outstretched hand and then turned to face me with an expression that clearly said, "Save me." I glared at him and raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was so hard to be polite. With a sigh, he took Madeline's hand and murmured, "Joel, you could travel the world. But nothing compares to the golden coaster." I crooned as I massaged the conditioner into my hair. I knew perfectly well that Joel was lying in my bed, waiting for me with a bored look on his face, but this was my Sunday morning. And Sunday mornings are sacred. Let me exercise a little patience. After shaving my legs and lathering myself with a strawberry gel that smelled heavenly, I finally stepped out of the shower. I quickly dried myself off and tied my hair in a towel, leaving it securely fastened on my head like a turban. Then I put on my makeup and got dressed. If there was one thing I didn't like about living in California, it was the lack of real seasons. I'd love to live somewhere where fall meant crisp air and orange leaves crunching underfoot. My outfit today reflects that desire, I thought as I looked at myself in the mirror. I chose a soft, oversized burgundy sweater, the kind that seems to call for a night in front of a fireplace with a steaming mug of hot chocolate. But of course, since I was in Los Angeles, I paired it with black leggings and comfortable sneakers. "You took forever," Joel commented sarcastically when I returned to my room. "I told you I wasn't in a hurry." "It's Sunday," I replied, giving him a pointed look. "And I'm not even done yet," I added as I plugged in the hairdryer and set up the diffuser. Joel flopped back onto the bed with a dramatic groan. How dramatic. Shortly after, we went to Joel's house so he could shower and change. Unlike last time, this time there were several guys around, all in various states of clothing, as if no one was in a big hurry to put something on. I'm sure I looked shocked at the sight of so much bare midriff and broad shoulders. I blushed when I realized more than one of them was wearing only underwear. A large hand suddenly fell over my eyes, and I heard Joel's raspy voice exclaim, "Please, are any of you planning to get dressed today? If we'd known you were bringing visitors, maybe we would have made an effort," someone responded from the back, though I couldn't make out the voice because Joel was still covering my eyes. His other hand descended to my waist and he gently pushed me forward. "My room, let's go," was all he said, and that was enough to make me run up the stairs, my eyes fixed on the floor. From my bed, I heard the shower running, so I knew Joel hadn't left yet. The creak of the door made me look up. A boy with a charming smile poked his head through the crack and, without hesitation, walked in and plopped down on the edge of the bed. Perfect, Joel's still in the shower. He gets angry when I come in, but I wanted to officially introduce myself. "I'm James," he said matter-of-factly. "Ophelia, nice to meet you," I replied, somewhat embarrassed. His face lit up immediately. "You're Jesus' sister. It's so nice to finally meet you." "Ah, yes, I am. Do you know my brother?" "Yeah, well." She cleared her throat. "He comes to Joel's parties sometimes, so I've heard him talking about you," she added with a slightly awkward smile. "Get off my bed right now," Joel's voice boomed from the doorway, making me jump and sit up in a flash. "Relax, darling, he means me, not you," James said with a laugh as he sat up to look at Joel. "Something tells me our friend likes having you in his bed more than he wants to admit." Joel decided not to answer. Instead, he grabbed the towel he was drying his hair with, twisted it like a whip, and waved it in James' direction. "Nice to meet you, Ophelia," James shouted as he ran out of the room, fleeing from Joel. "So, what are our plans for today?" I asked, taking in Joel's fresh appearance. He was wearing dark jeans and a plaid shirt, one of the few combinations he usually wore. "It's my mom's birthday next week. She and my dad are coming to watch one of my games, so I was hoping you could help me pick out a gift for her. Of course. I replied with a smile, already imagining 1,000 things Mrs. Moore would surely love. During the drive to the mall, I suggested different gift ideas to Joel for his mother. Although most of his responses were simple hms or unintelligible sounds, his slight nods, while keeping his eyes on the road, were enough to let me know he was listening. The mall was packed when I arrived. Parents chased their children, while teenagers and college students strolled between stores. I tended to be overwhelmed by crowds, so I naturally gravitated to Joel. I felt a little envious as people moved easily aside when they noticed his imposing, almost 6'1" height and serious expression. With my height, however, crowds tended to devour me. Joel put his arm around me and led me toward the home goods store I'd suggested. Once inside, a tall, curvaceous woman, perhaps in her 30s, strode confidently toward me. "Hi. Welcome to Home and Details," she said enthusiastically. I was torn between feeling uncomfortable and admiring her confidence as she shamelessly scanned Joel with her eyes. "I'm Liv, how can I help you?" she added with a flirtatious smile. Instead of answering himself, like a grown-up, Joel gently pushed me forward, as if I had to protect him from Liv's inquisitive gaze. "Oh, we're fine for now, thanks. We're just watching," I replied calmly. As soon as Liv focused her attention on me, I wished I was a few inches taller so she wouldn't look down on me with that haughty expression. I took Joel's arm and led him to the bathroom section. Mrs. Moore was one of those people who always looked out for others. I thought it would be nice to give her some pampering and relaxation products. "So, what scent do you think your mom would like?" I asked, scanning the wall of sophisticated products. "And how am I supposed to know that?" Joel muttered, scratching his jaw. "I'm sure he'll like whatever you choose. So tell me, what kind of scent do you like?" "Sweet, floral, woody." I rattled off, counting off on my fingers. Joel leaned over, took a strand of my hair, and playfully twirled it around his finger. "I like the way your hair smells," he said, shrugging. I felt a slight blush creep up my nose as I looked at him with a smile. "So you like sweet scents?" "I usually wear fruity or vanilla-scented things." "Of course," Joel replied with a sigh, raising his eyes to the ceiling. "What are you implying?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "Nothing, sweetness. It's just that I shouldn't be surprised that you like sweet scents," he said with a smile as he gave my curl one last tug. We spent the next half hour choosing bath bombs, salts, foams, and scrubs. I refused to do all the work for him, so I presented him with 2 products to choose his favorite, and then we challenged him with a new one. After several attempts and nearly dizzying with so many fragrances, we settled on one with a tropical citrus scent. Liv hovered near the counter the entire time, watching us like a hawk. On several occasions, she tried to come over and offer assistance again. I noticed her trying to guide Joel to other sections, but he always stayed by my side while I politely told him we were fine. I couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride every time Joel chose me over his attempts. Although, of course, I reminded myself that it wasn't really a remarkable achievement to be preferred over someone so insistent. As we approached to pay, Liv sat up a little straighter and placed a hand on her hip as she served us with a cheeky smile. "Do you want a bag?" "Yes," Joel replied briefly. I couldn't help but gently pinch his arm. It was something I used to do to Jesus when he said something tactless. "Yes, please," I corrected emphatically as he looked at me in confusion. "Yes, please," he repeated with a sigh. "Perfect. Are you sure there's nothing else I can help you with?" Liv asked, leaning gracefully against the counter. Joel didn't even glance at her, he simply grabbed the bag and headed for the exit. No, thanks, I replied politely before following him out. We then took a break in the food court. Joel ordered a full lunch, even though it had only been a few hours since breakfast. I settled for a Starbucks iced tea and 2 cake pops, though one of them mysteriously disappeared. I was distracted by the sound of a baby crying, and when I looked over, I saw Joel with his cheeks puffed out and a guilty smile. I squinted as I searched and saw that one of my chocolate cupcakes was missing. "You're a thief," I whispered, pretending to be indignant, with my arms crossed. "Come on, I didn't think you loved it that much," he replied cheekily. I pursed my lips in a slight pout as I sipped my tea and ignored him. Secretly, his guilty expression amused me, and the more I felt comfortable with him, the more I enjoyed these little games. As we got up to leave, Joel muttered something that sounded like "drama queen" before disappearing for a moment. He returned with another cake pop. "Happy now?" she asked as she handed me the small paper bag. I smiled at her as I opened it. "Shouldn't this seem strange to us?" I asked suddenly on the way back. I'd been thinking for a few minutes about how natural our friendship felt. Was his only response. "We, being friends," I explained. "I don't know. I thought it would be weirder to try to be friends." Joel briefly looked away from the road to me. His smile softened, his eyes radiated warmth, and his hardened features relaxed completely. For a moment, I was surprised at how easily his expression could transform from that of a typical sarcastic grouch to that of someone genuinely kind. "I've only had one friend in my life, Jesus. So it makes sense that you're the second." "What? You're not serious? You had tons of friends in high school." I laughed, incredulous. "They were friends of Jesus. Or football fans. I was never really his friend." "And your teammates? Or James?" Joel let out a grunt as he turned toward USC Village. "My teammates are, just that, teammates. It's different," he said with a shrug. "And James is a special case," he added, sounding half annoyed and half amused. I chuckled as Joel's sarcastic side surfaced again. After watching them interact several times, I doubted his words. I suspected he just had a hard time admitting he liked people. The truck pulled up in front of my building. I started gathering my things while Joel watched me silently. Before entering, I turned to him. "It's been a good day," I said with a genuine smile. Being with Joel was both exciting and comforting. He was a mysterious yet familiar presence, like an unexpected home. I jumped out of the vehicle and was about to close the door when I heard his deep voice, barely a whisper. "See you later. Sweetness." Episode 4. "Wake up, more." Coach yelled at me from the sidelines. We had about an hour before the game started, so, as usual, we were on the field warming up. My teammates were moving around me, performing drills and passing the ball, but I couldn't concentrate. Glancing up at the stands, my eyes met my father's for the 100th time since we walked onto the field. It was hard to ignore him when he hadn't taken his eyes off me since he sat down. With a frustrated expression, I tried to focus on calling practice plays for the team. However, no matter how hard I tried, I felt like I was on a stage under his relentless gaze. That's why I hated my father coming to my games. He analyzed every play I called, every pass, every catch. No matter the outcome of the game, he always had a list of mistakes I'd made. High school had been a difficult time for me. My father attended all my games and never held back his criticism or cared about causing a scene. On more than one occasion, he had stormed onto the bench to yell at me between plays, or even entered the locker room during halftime. Thankfully, since I joined the USC team, that had ended. A faint smile spread across my lips as I remembered the first, and only, time my dad had tried to scold me during halftime. The coach wouldn't allow it. His exact words were something along the lines of, "Stop acting like a jerk and get your pride out of the stadium." Now I only had to endure his presence for a few games a season, but even so, knowing he was watching me was nerve-wracking. "Hey, Moore. Your girl can't take her eyes off you," Tyler mocked. I didn't need to look to know he was referring to Ophelia. Ever since I brought her home, I'd heard constant comments about her. It didn't help that he'd declared her untouchable to the entire team. Looking back at the stands, I noticed the crowd had grown. My mom was now sitting next to my dad, while Ophelia and her roommate occupied the other side. When Ophelia saw me, she waved her hands excitedly, smiling and giving both thumbs up. It was incredibly adorable. I nodded in gratitude, unable to help but smile at her excitement. However, that smile faded when my eyes fell on my mother, who was looking at Ophelia with a satisfied expression. I turned back to the team to finish warming up, determined to ignore the stands from that moment on. I knew what my mom was thinking. She'd mentioned on more than one occasion how perfect Ophelia was to me. But we weren't together. We were just friends. I didn't know exactly what my plan had been that night in Ophelia's room, but it certainly wasn't to end up being her friend. I spent a month trying to get her out of my head, but I couldn't. I'd always been content with my own company. Yes, I'd go out partying with the team or spend the night with girls who meant nothing to me, but beyond that, I was comfortable alone. Until, suddenly, after a day with Ophelia, I started missing her presence. I longed for her calm voice, her soft laugh. I wanted to see her roll her eyes and make some sarcastic comment, a side of her I didn't even know existed. I even missed watching her absurd movies. Soon, I headed to the center of the field for kickoff. James and Tyler flanked me as we moved forward in unison, heads held high and faces impassive. With each step, I steeled my mind against any weakness. This was war, and I had to lead my soldiers. 3.5 hours later, I was showering while my teammates cheered loudly behind me. I joined in the celebration too, even letting James hug me after the game-winning touchdown. But as soon as we left the field, I remembered my dad in the stands, and all the joy of winning vanished. "You did amazing, baby," my mom exclaimed enthusiastically as soon as I stepped out of the locker room. She wrapped me in a fervent hug while continuing to praise me non-stop. She knew what I was trying to do, but no matter how sweet her words were, they wouldn't counter the criticism that would soon come from my dad. "Thanks, Mom," I replied, glancing over her shoulder at Ophelia. She'd been chatting with her roommate, but she must have sensed my gaze because she looked up and smiled at me. She seemed to be debating whether to approach, her eyes darting from me to my mom as if gauging the moment. Our relationship had changed a lot since she arrived at USC. We'd barely spoken before, and then suddenly, like an unexpected wave, this strange but intense friendship was born. Some kind of invisible force was pushing me to approach Ophelia and receive a hug from her too. I couldn't understand what it was about this tiny girl that made me crave her closeness. With most people, physical contact was tense, even risky, but with her, I needed it. If my classmates could hear what I'm thinking, they'd be making fun of me. They'd say I'm completely besotted, and we're not even dating. Although, of course, I can't deny that I've imagined it more than once. But I doubted their affection for me went beyond friendship. That night, we sat down at a restaurant to celebrate my mom's birthday. Or at least, we tried to. Since we left the stadium, my dad hadn't stopped talking, going over each of the plays he thought I'd made wrong. I wasn't so bothered by him getting on my nerves anymore. What frustrated me was that he was ruining Mom's night. Well, I interrupted loudly, cutting off her monologue. Here's your present, Mom. Happy birthday, I said, handing her a bag containing her gift. I saw the surprise on her face as she received it. I normally gave her gift cards, so seeing her take out each bath product with a huge smile and thank me so enthusiastically made me feel like a fool for not doing it sooner. As I was saying, you missed 2 big plays. You were on 3rd down and made a bad decision. You think that's how you're going to make it to the pros? You almost got knocked down. Yes, Dad, I replied coldly. But I didn't get knocked down, did I? Most people would say it was a pretty successful match. Don't talk like that in front of your mother. Raising his voice, he made her shift uncomfortably in her seat, which only fueled my annoyance. Sure, no swearing in front of Mom. But let's spend her entire birthday dinner criticizing a game I won. I stood up, holding back my anger. Sorry, Mom. But I need to go. I can't take this anymore, I said through gritted teeth, leaning over to kiss her cheek. It's okay, honey. I'm just glad I saw you, she replied sweetly. I knew this hurt, but she'd chosen to be with him, not me. As I left, something made me stop. I spotted some dark curls in a corner of the restaurant. Ophelia was there, sitting with that enthusiastic newbie who kept talking. She was laughing heartily, relaxed. That image was the spark that lit the fire already burning inside me. Seeing her so comfortable with him hurt me more than I cared to admit. I accidentally pushed past a waiter and walked briskly out onto the street. The fresh night air filled my lungs as I walked away from the restaurant. Up ahead, I saw a small city park and headed toward it. The darkness enveloped it like a silent blanket, and it seemed like the perfect place to release tension. I approached a tree and took my frustration out on its trunk with my fists. Again, and again. Each blow relieved something inside me, as if by hitting the tree, I was also hitting the image of my father, or, maybe, the rookie. When exhaustion took over and I could barely breathe, I stopped. I walked a little further until I found a bench and sat down. Although I knew my hands would hurt later, for now the rush of adrenaline masked it. Hey Joel. I heard a soft voice behind me. I turned and saw Ophelia, standing a few feet away, as if afraid to get too close. The streetlights illuminated her silhouette, giving her an almost unreal look. What are you doing here, Ophelia? Come back, I said sharply, imagining her alone in the dark. I saw you, at the restaurant, he whispered as he slowly approached. You seemed upset. I wanted to help you. You can't help me, Ophelia. You'd better come back, I replied with a bitter laugh as I looked down at the sky. Joel, you're clearly going through something. Maybe if you talked. I don't need to talk, Ophelia, I interrupted forcefully. Talking doesn't solve anything. In fact, I think I've had too much talking for one night. I saw the pain form on his face. I knew I was being cruel, but the words escaped me before I could stop them. Ophelia, I muttered, bringing my hands to my face. You should stay away from me. I always mess things up. I can't do anything right. I can't even be your friend without messing things up. She approached me without saying anything and gently removed my hands from my face. When I looked at her, she was standing right in front of me, holding my hands firmly. You didn't ruin everything, she said resolutely, and I was surprised by the firmness in her voice. You gave me good advice when I was about to collapse over college, and I'm doing much better because of it. Also, you looked out for me that night at the party. You stayed with me, you helped me, and you never said anything to anyone. She brought a hand to my cheek, forcing me to look directly at her. I don't know where I'd be now if you hadn't been there. But I do know it would be a much more difficult place. I didn't know what to say. Ophelia made me feel useful, necessary, appreciated. Things I only felt on the playing field, not in my everyday life. I wrapped my arms around her waist, pulling her toward me. She stumbled a little, but I caught her and placed her on my lap. She leaned into me, holding me tightly, my head resting on her chest. I might have looked like a child, but I didn't care. Being hugged by Ophelia Allen was all I needed. We stayed like that for a long time, in silence, breathing in unison. The anger faded, as if her calmness seeped into me. My hands wanted to move, to run over her, to touch every curve of her back. I simply caressed her gently, tracing the contours of her spine with my fingertips. Ophelia stirred slightly, and when I looked up, I found her large brown eyes looking at me with a tenderness that disarmed me. I smiled. I had smiled more times since I met her than in my entire life. I felt an almost overwhelming urge to kiss her, but I knew I shouldn't. Ophelia was too good, too much light, and I was something else. Maybe not a monster, but someone who didn't deserve her. So instead of following the impulse, I brushed a strand of hair away from her face, caressed the back of her neck, and placed a firm, sincere kiss on her forehead. When I pulled away, she smiled sweetly, mirroring my same serenity. I don't know where I'd be without you either, sweetheart, I confessed, from the depths of my being. That nickname, sweetheart, had come out only the first time. I'd never used it with anyone before. But with Ophelia, it just fit. She was all of those things. Sweetness, light, peace. And even though I knew I had no right to be around someone like her, my inner darkness yearned for her light. And I, even though I was selfish, didn't want to let her go. Ophelia, what were you thinking? What a mess. I'd paced back and forth in my room so many times that the poor rug was probably already showing signs of wear. Once again, my nerves had played tricks on me. I'd frozen. Was it so hard to express what I felt? Apparently, it was. A lot. I've never seen someone so nervous about seeing their best friends, Madeline commented from my bed, watching me with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. It's not that. I exclaimed, almost offended. I miss you, I really do. If we were meeting at home, in our usual environment, I'd be happy, not happy, euphoric. But that's not the case. This time we're going to meet here, in Los Angeles. Britt and Bella were flying into LAX at that very moment. It all started a few weeks ago. Madeline and Gail were trying to convince me to go out with them on Halloween. Their arguments were reasonable. I shouldn't let what happened to me define my entire college experience. Besides, I had more friends now. More people I could confide in. But the comment that finally tipped the balance came from someone unexpected, Joel. I wrote to him telling him how anxious I was about Halloween, and he suggested a seemingly perfect solution. The football team was hosting a party. If I had to choose between the possible options, this was the safest. I'd been to the team house with Joel several times before, and I felt comfortable there. I knew most of the guys, and I was surprised by how respectful they were toward me. I guess it was partly due to the collective guilt over what happened to me at one of their previous parties. Plus, Joel was always nearby, keeping watch like a silent guardian. His presence was enough to keep everyone in line. It was, without a doubt, the college event I'd feel most at ease about. But everything changed when I told Britt and Bella. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming. They kept telling me to enjoy myself, that I couldn't let college life pass me by without taking advantage of it. And then, with the rush of excitement, I blurted out that I was going to a football team party. The next thing I knew, they were already booking flights and accommodations. They were doing it on their own, with complete determination. During a video call, I tried to find an excuse to stop them, but I couldn't find a reasonable one. How could I justify not wanting to see them? I couldn't tell them that lately, our conversations had left me feeling uneasy. Nor could I confess that I suspected their sudden interest had more to do with my ties to the football team than anything else. And much less admit that, for reasons I didn't understand, I felt the need to protect this new life at USC from any outside interference. As if I was afraid something would break when I mixed the two worlds. "Look, I'm not sure what's going on with you and your friends," Madeline said from the passenger seat as we drove to the airport, "but I think you should try to relax and enjoy yourself. They're your friends, remember. This weekend is supposed to be fun. And if anything goes wrong, I'm here to support you." "Thanks, Mads," I replied with a smile, feeling a little lighter. As I entered the arrivals area of Los Angeles Airport, I took a deep breath. She was right. These were my best friends. Why was I letting my fears ruin a weekend that hadn't even begun? I stopped in front of the American Airlines gates, where we could park for a moment. Although they were flying separately, they had managed to schedule their flights within an hour of each other. If all went according to plan, Bella should already be waiting for Brit by the baggage claim. The automatic doors opened and a crowd began to file out. My eyes searched the crowd for those two familiar blonde hairs. Finally, I spotted Brit dragging a huge suitcase, and I honked the horn to get her attention. A burst of laughter escaped my lips as she and Bella ran toward the car, waving their arms in the air, beaming with excitement. Maybe, just maybe, I was overthinking. As soon as I got out of the car, I went straight to the trunk to open it. I was putting a bunch of things away when, suddenly, I was enveloped in tight hugs accompanied by excited screams. The three of us swayed with laughter, caught up in this chaotic but wonderful reunion. I felt truly happy, and relieved, to see Brit and Bella again. "Guys," I said as we got into the car, "this is Madeline, my roommate. Mads, meet Brit and Bella, lifelong friends." The three of them greeted each other enthusiastically, and we immediately struck up a conversation on the drive to the hotel. It was Saturday afternoon, and we had a few hours before the party. Madeline and I still needed costumes, so the plan was to drop Brit and Bella off at their hotel, drop off their luggage, and then go find something to wear. "I still can't believe they don't have a costume," Brit exclaimed from the back seat as I navigated Los Angeles traffic. I was still stressed about cars and preferred to focus on not causing an accident. "We had exams all week," Madeline chimed in from the passenger seat. "We couldn't find the time." "What are you guys dressed up as?" "I'm playing Harley Quinn," Bella announced excitedly. "But like the first movie, not that weird version from the second one." "And I'm a fancy cop," Brit added with a mischievous smile. "Do you have any idea?" "No, not yet," Madeline answered for both of them. "We'll see what we find." The truth is, I had no idea either. All I knew was that I wasn't going to wear anything that started with sexy. If I went to that party, I would be myself. I'd taken Mads and Gail's advice to open up a little and enjoy the college experience, and I also understood Brit and Bella when they said I'd later regret not having lived these years to the fullest. But I knew for sure I'd regret it more if I stopped being who I am just to fit in. As I browsed the endless shelves of costumes, I was starting to get frustrated. I wanted something I felt comfortable in. Everything was either excessively daring or ridiculously over the top. I didn't want to be a flirtatious shepherdess, but I didn't want to be a giant inflatable emoji either. My phone buzzed as I was looking at some face painting kits. It was a text from Joel. Hey, James and I stopped by your house around 7:30. Are we going to the party together at 9? See, okay. Gail is coming too, so behave yourself. Who's Gail? And I always behave. I looked at the pictures on the paint boxes. There were little children's faces made up as pumpkins, monsters, and witches. I smiled at them, and then an idea came to me. I started mentally calculating what I would need to put together the costume at the last minute. I knew I could pull it off, but I needed to write to Joel again. See, Joel boy, long time no talk. I regret letting you and James meet. See, don't be like that. Do you have an old sports jersey I could borrow? It doesn't matter which team. What do you mean it doesn't matter? What's this? You can't just support any team. See, Joel, if you're going to be difficult, I'll ask Gail. I have one. I'll bring it to you when we pass by. I shook my head and grabbed a face painting kit before running into the hallway where the girls were. All done. I announced happily, seeing them still rummaging through racks. Madeline had already picked out a Greek goddess-style dress with accessories, so we went straight to checkout. Hours later, the four of us were in the living room, makeup and hair products all over us. Madeline, already ready, was helping me do 2 loose braids. She'd managed to transform her costume into something spectacular in no time. The white dress hugged her body, tied at one shoulder, while a gold wire with leaves decorated her arms and one leg. Her curly hair was crowned with a tiara of golden leaves. She looked like something out of a mythological painting. Britt and Bella were also ready and looked incredible. Bella perfectly replicated Harley Quinn, her blonde hair in pigtails with blue and red dyed tips, dramatic makeup, and bold lips. She must have bought it online. It was just like the one in the movie. Britt wore big curls, a slightly tilted police cap, and a tight dress that mimicked a uniform. A handcuff belt and a baton completed the outfit. They both oozed confidence, and while I would never feel comfortable like that, I admired them. So, let me get this straight. Joel Moore's coming here? Britt asked skeptically. Yes, I sighed. We became friends. I don't know how it happened, but we're good now. And he knows? Bella asked doubtfully. No, I replied firmly. And he doesn't need to know. That was years ago. It's in the past. We're just friends now. Britt and Bella exchanged a look, which I decided to ignore. Madeline announced she was done with me, and I went to the bathroom to see the results. I'd done my makeup simple but pretty, with a little extra mascara and lip gloss. My braids fell down my back, and a few curls escaped around my face. I grabbed the paint kit and drew 2 black stripes under my eyes. Then there was a knock on the door. I ran to the entrance just as Madeline introduced James to Britt and Bella. Joel stood a little apart, watching everything. James was wearing jeans and a torn white t-shirt that showed off his muscular torso. He had makeup on to simulate injuries. He looked like a victim of a zombie apocalypse. And what are you supposed to be doing? I asked Joel, noticing his dark jeans and black t-shirt. And you? He replied seriously, looking at my simple outfit, black leggings, Converse, and a tight white t-shirt. The shirt? I asked, holding out my hand. He pulled his sports shirt out of a bag and handed it to me. I hesitated for a second. I'd asked for an old one, but it was too late to argue. I put it on and turned around. There you go. I'm a soccer player, I laughed. Joel smiled faintly and hugged me tightly. As he leaned close to my ear, he murmured, "Adorable." His low voice ran down my spine like a current, sending goosebumps all over my skin. As I walked away, I saw everyone watching us. Madeline and James wore resigned expressions. They were used to it. Joel didn't tend to socialize much and usually focused on me. Britt and Bella looked surprised. Maybe I should have told them about our friendship sooner, but I knew they'd make a scene. "Beautiful ladies," James said as we gathered in the living room, "we've brought gifts." With a dramatic gesture, he pointed to Joel's bag, where he pulled out a bottle of vodka and another of sparkling wine. Britt and Bella went straight for the vodka, giggling as they fetched glasses. "Thanks, guys," Madeline said, taking the wine. "This one's for us," she added with a wink. According to her, sparkling wine was ideal for feeling uplifted but still in control. "As she'd said earlier, we're going to have an elegant evening, dear." We sat down to play before leaving. Just as Madeline was dealing the cards, the door burst open. Gale walked in with a box slung over his body with straps. Handwritten on the box was the words, "Kissing Booth $5." "I already regretted the costume," she said without saying hello. On the way, girls were shouting at me, asking where the line started. "Sounds more like a blessing than a problem," James laughed. Madeline and I got up to give him a hug, a bit awkward because of the box. True to form, Gale leaned in, offering us his cheeks. We kissed him between giggles, and he pretended to faint. As he stood up, he noticed Britt and Bella behind him. "Ladies," he said with a smile and a bow, "a pleasure. I'm Gale." As they introduced themselves, I returned to my spot next to Joel. He took my chair, dragged it closer to his, and put his arm behind my back. "Anyway." Gale waved his hands in the air to get our attention back. That's when I realized I'd gotten into the wrong car and ended up at a complete stranger's house. But it turned out okay. His mom made me pancakes. We all burst out laughing at Gale's ridiculous story. Even Joel let out a low chuckle while shaking his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. We'd been playing drinking games for an hour, swapping stories, and having a great time. Britt, Bella, and Gale were already on their way through a few shots and were starting to show clear signs of being on cloud nine. Joel and James weren't far behind, having been drinking whiskey straight from the glass for a while. Madeline was right about the sparkling wine. We'd already had a few drinks, and although I was feeling the effects, my smile seemed glued to my face and the background music made me move like I was in a badly synchronized music video. I still felt in control. Joel kept his arm around my shoulders while we played. Every now and then, he'd give my shoulder a little squeeze or a rub, which made me look up at him with a smile. Each time, his lips curved slightly and his eyes sparkled with something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Looking around at my friends laughing, I couldn't help but think, this is what college life is all about. Britt and Bella seemed to fit in well, though I noticed they were focusing their attention on Gale and James, somewhat neglecting Mad since the boys arrived. I knew they were getting a little boy crazy, but I wanted to keep the atmosphere fun and friendly, so I made sure to include Madeline in every conversation. For their part, James and Gale didn't seem interested in pairing up. They were friendly and having fun, but didn't directly reciprocate the girls' obvious advances. I figured that once at the party, Britt and Bella would be distracted by the abundance of available college guys. "We should go," James shouted, standing up and wobbling as if he were on a boat. "Tyler just let us know the party's over. Come on, girls. A quick bathroom selfie before we head out." Bella jumped up, grabbed my hand, and dragged me down the hall. Britt and Madeline followed, closing the door behind them. The four of us squeezed in front of the mirror, and after a few clicks, we got some adorable photos of us hugging and laughing. Okay, before we go. Ophelia, are you dating Joel? What the hell? Britt looked at me accusingly. What? No. I already told you we're just friends. He only gets affectionate when he's drunk. I'll have to remember that, Bella said with a mischievous smile that made my stomach knot. Joel is always affectionate with Ophelia, Madeline chimed in, placing her hand on my back. With others, he's like a cactus with attitude. Well, whatever. There's no shortage of cute guys here. By the end of the night, I'll have Gail following me around like a puppy, Britt declared as she fixed her hair in the mirror. All this talk was ruining my mood, so I opened the door and led the group back before they could say anything else. The guys were waiting for us at the entrance. We grabbed our bags, locked the door, and headed out to the football team's house. I ended up walking between Joel and Madeline, a little behind the rest. Britt had linked her arm through Gail's and was whispering in his ear, to which he responded with awkward smiles before continuing on. James and Bella walked ahead, chatting animatedly, though I noticed Bella swaying her hips like she was on a catwalk and occasionally glancing at us with a teasing smile. The awkwardness that started in the bathroom wasn't going away, but I was determined to enjoy the night. Upon arriving at the party, I felt an immediate relief that everything seemed to be under control. A new guy was guarding the entrance, allowing only certain people in. We made it through without difficulty, and Gail gave the newbie a friendly fist bump in greeting. The guys had pushed all the furniture against the walls, leaving the center of the room clear for a dance floor. Wasting no time, we headed straight to the back kitchen in search of something to drink. The entrance to the kitchen was restricted by a small makeshift bar, from where another novice served drinks. As long as you get your drinks from here, you have nothing to worry about, Joel yelled in my ear, trying to overcome the music. I nodded, grateful for the measures the team had taken to avoid the problems from the last party. Everyone came over to order their drinks. The guys chose beer, while Britt and Bella opted for something with vodka. I saw Madeline shout something in the rookie's ear while pointing at Joel and me. He nodded quickly and started pulling out bottles. He handed Mads 2 red cups with a smile, which she reciprocated before turning around and walking triumphantly toward me. All right, the second phase of our elegant evening continues, she exclaimed as she handed me one of the glasses. I took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. It tasted bubbly, a little tart, but refreshing, with a barely perceptible hint of alcohol. I looked at her curiously over the rim of the glass. I told him you were Joel's girl and that it would be wise to keep you happy, Madeline laughed. I looked at her, both amused and slightly embarrassed by her invention. At that moment, Joel put his arms around me, resting his chin on the top of my head. Good strategy, he said with a smile. We stood like that for a while, at the back of the room, me feeling calm between Joel and Mads. The boys seemed to have a special magnetism, because people kept coming up to us. Most of them were players from the team I already knew. They greeted the boys enthusiastically before politely introducing themselves to us. Some, more confident, gave me a hug, but I always ended up back in front of Joel. Gail. The beer pong table is free, let's play. Britt shouted, excitedly grabbing his arm. Yeah, sure. Ophelia, are you up for it too? She asked me with a pleading look. Even though I was comfortable where I was, and part of me wanted to stay there all night, I agreed so I wouldn't leave him alone. As soon as I said yes, Joel joined in, so the four of us went to set up the game. All right, Smalls. Let's see what you're made of. Gale joked as he watched me take the ball. I'd never played before, but I knew the basic rules: dunk the ball into the cup. I positioned my arm, closed one eye to aim, and with a slight flick of the wrist, I shot. The small white ball flew and landed precisely in the opposing team's first cup. I burst out laughing at Britt and Gale's expressions. "What's wrong? Is this supposed to be difficult?" I said, laughing. "Easy there, champ," Joel laughed as he took his turn. "Don't declare victory so quickly." We laughed so much while playing that a crowd soon formed around us. Bella and Mads came over to cheer us on. Joel and Gale were definitely the most accurate, but I wasn't bad at defending, especially for a beginner. Britt, on the other hand, had only managed one score, and that seemed to be affecting her mood. She became increasingly quiet and didn't participate in our jokes. Joel had just made another basket and was walking back to my side when Bella put a hand on his chest to stop him. "Wow, Joel, you really have talent," she said with a flirtatious smile, leaning closer than necessary. I turned around, pretending to be interested in the game, even though something inside me tensed. I didn't know why it affected me so much, but I didn't like it at all. I felt a chill and my heart sank at the sight of her so close to him. I faked a smile as Gale threw again. Glancing over at Britt, I noticed she was watching the scene with an enigmatic smile. Our eyes met, and she shrugged as if to say, "What can you do?" The rest of the game flew by. Joel returned to my side, but Bella stayed close to him. As soon as the game ended, I took Madeline's arm and we walked over to the other team to congratulate them and put some distance between Joel and me. I was determined to enjoy the night, and seeing Bella flirting with him wasn't going to help. "Let's get more drinks," Mads shouted, receiving enthusiastic nods from Gale, Britt, and me. As we walked back to the kitchen, Britt linked her arm through mine and led us away from the group. "Ophelia, you know you can't be mad at her," he said gently as we waited for Madeline to bring the glasses. "I'm not mad," I answered quickly. And it was true, I wasn't exactly upset, just uncomfortable. Part of me wished Bella had chosen any other guy but Joel. But I knew I couldn't blame her. Good. Because they seemed to be getting along, and it wouldn't be fair for you to interfere. "Come on, Ophelia, you had years to try something with Joel, and now you're just friends. He's free." "I know," I whispered. I didn't understand why Britt was so insistent, but I didn't want to argue. I knew my feelings were irrational, but that didn't make them go away. "Perfect," he said, smiling, just as Madeline returned with the drinks. "Besides, half the team seems to love you. I'm sure you'll recover soon." Madeline noticed my change in mood and narrowed her eyes in concern. "Ophelia, come with me to the bathroom," he exclaimed over the music. "I'm coming too," Britt said, emptying her glass in one gulp. "Oh, sorry. I just need to talk to Ophelia, you know, roommate stuff," Mads replied with a sweet smile, putting her arm around me to lead me out into the hallway and then into the bathroom. "What's going on?" she asked me as soon as she closed the door. "You seemed adorable this morning, and now you're acting weird." "They're not being that," I tried to justify to Britt and Bella, even though I knew I didn't have much to defend them with. "I don't know, Mads. They get really competitive sometimes, especially with guys. And Britt always thinks she's right." "That doesn't excuse anything, Ophelia," Madeline said bluntly. "I heard what Britt told you, and it's not true. I don't know what's going on between you and Joel, but anyone with eyes, especially your friends, should see that there's something going on." I blushed deeply. "Nothing's happening between us. At least, I don't know." Our friendship is a little confusing now. Maybe some of my old feelings are still there. But I like being his friend and I don't want to ruin it. Although, I also don't like seeing my best friend so all over him. Does that make me selfish? No, that makes you human, honey. We stayed there for a while longer. When we finally left, Madeline had managed to make me laugh so much my eyes were watering. I still felt a turmoil inside me regarding Britt and Bella, but having Mads by my side made it more bearable. Our friendship was easy, genuine, and mutual. I realized, for the first time, how much that meant. Just as we opened the door, a shrill voice startled us. "What's wrong with you?" someone shouted in the hallway. "I'm sorry, I'm really trying to be nice, but I'm not interested," a deep voice answered. I recognized it instantly, Joel. Bella. From where we were, we couldn't see them, but I couldn't move. Neither could Mads. "Really? You don't love me now?" "The Joel at school wasn't that demanding," Bella replied ironically. "I only came with you because you said Ophelia had stopped by." "I'm sorry, I just want to find her," Joel said, exhausted. His words warmed my heart, and I saw Madeline give me a tender look. "So this is about Ophelia. You want her then?" Bella snapped. I held my breath, waiting for Joel's response, but he remained silent. "Wow. Looks like little Ophelia finally got what she always wanted," Bella added with a bitter laugh. I felt tears well up in my eyes at her tactlessness. "What are you talking about?" Joel asked. "Oh, please. You didn't know. Everyone knows. Ophelia's been in love with you since she was a kid. It's sad, really. She's obsessed. I'd bet part of the reason she hasn't been with anyone yet is because she's still waiting for you. Although you have to admit, she was pretty smart. Befriending you was a brilliant move." The world blurred. I didn't hear Joel's reply, nor his fading footsteps. I only felt the blood pounding in my ears and my labored breathing. I noticed, in the distance, Madeline carrying me outside, down some steps, and onto the lawn. The fresh grass between my toes was the only thing that managed to anchor me a little. "Come on, Ophelia. Tell me 5 things you can see," Madeline said firmly, sitting across from me. I took a deep breath. I knew I needed to come back to the present. "Hey, babe, can we talk?" I asked, digging my hands into my pockets. My eyes remained fixed on the floor for a moment before I looked up at Ophelia. Her face was troubled as she chewed on her lower lip. It was clear she was just as unsure as I was. "Actually, big guy," Madeline chimed in, stepping forward and putting an arm around Ophelia's shoulders. "You said it yourself, Ophelia deserves to enjoy what's left of the evening. So that conversation can wait." I wanted to retort, but the relief I saw shining in Ophelia's eyes silenced me. I gave her a brief nod and headed back to the party in search of a drink. I stood near the wall with a few of my teammates, sipping whiskey while people watching. The guys around me were scrutinizing different women on the dance floor, but all I could think about was Ophelia. Is she really in love with me? That girl, Bella, had clearly been lying in the hallway. I didn't like the energy she and her friend had given off all night. They were so different from Ophelia that I struggled to understand how they could even be friends. Ophelia was sweet, considerate, soft-spoken, the embodiment of kindness. Those two had done nothing but scream for attention, almost obscenely bullying James and the rookie. Surely Bella had lied about Ophelia too. It was the only logical explanation. Still, every fiber in my body was on alert, tense until I could hear her side of the story. "Hey, more, your girl's turning heads," Tyler commented, poking me in the ribs. A fleeting sense of satisfaction coursed through me at hearing Ophelia referred to like that. That primal instinct I didn't even know I had swelled with pride at the idea of her being mine. Good thing she had my name and number on her back, right there for everyone to see. But then I thought, what if what Bella said was true? No, don't flatter yourself. I knew Ophelia, she wasn't the manipulative person Bella described. Besides, if the argument I witnessed said anything about their friendship, Bella wasn't trustworthy. Scanning the crowd, I tried to understand what Tyler meant. First, I spotted Madeline, whose height made her easy to spot. She was dancing among the people, laughing and holding Ophelia's hand. I couldn't help but smile when I saw them. Ophelia was nervous, her flushed face hidden behind her hand as she laughed with Madeline, but she radiated happiness. Both stood out from the crowd. Around them, the others were nothing more than a sea of sweaty bodies moving gracelessly, girls trying to look sexy against guys who could barely keep up. But they twirled and danced freely, enjoying every step. As I looked toward the edges of the dance floor, my shoulders instantly tensed. I wasn't the only one watching them. Several men were staring at Ophelia and Madeline, and I could almost hear the lustful thoughts behind their gazes. I knew what many saw in Ophelia, that vulnerable innocence that attracted certain men like a magnet. I understood because it called to me too, but unlike them, I didn't want to take anything away from her. I just felt the overwhelming need to protect her. When I turned back to the girls, Ophelia was already looking at me. She flashed a shy smile, very different from the radiant one she usually gave me. Unable to help myself, I walked toward her, never taking my eyes off her. Some bumped into me as I walked through the crowd, but when they recognized me, they moved aside without saying anything. "Hello," she said softly, just as I stopped in front of her. "Hi, gorgeous," I replied with a warm smile, looking at her tenderly. I realized I didn't really have a specific reason for approaching her, except for the desire to go back to how it had been at the beginning of the night, when we were having fun without complications. Ophelia began, nervously fiddling with her fingers, a gesture I'd learned to associate with her anxious moments. Reaching out, I took her hand in mine and gave it a small squeeze, trying to convey support. "I'm ready to talk," she added with a small smile, raising her eyes to look at me uncertainly. I gently tugged at her hand to follow me, pushing my way through the crowd to the stairs. We walked silently up to my room, still holding hands, but without saying anything. With the door now closed, I sat down on the bed and let go of her hand, giving her space to decide where to sit. She hesitated for a moment before sitting next to me, which made me smile. "Well," I began awkwardly, "Bella told me some things. And honestly, I have a hard time believing it all. But I think we should talk about it." "Yes, Joel," I actually heard the whole conversation. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe Bella did that. I thought she cared. We've been friends for years. Pain flooded Ophelia's eyes, and my only instinct was to hug her, even though I held back. "You deserve better than all that. It's not good for you to surround yourself with people like that," I said firmly, meaning every word. "I'm sorry if it sounds invasive, but, is what he said true?" "No, I don't mind you asking." I knew what she said was going to make you doubt everything. "Joel, our friendship was never a strategy. I would never have done something like that to trap you." "So," I laughed softly, "you're not in love with me?" I felt a pang of anxiety as soon as I asked the question. I couldn't decide whether I was more afraid of a yes or a no. "No. I'm not," Ophelia whispered, focused on a loose thread on the comforter. A void tightened in my chest, and a look of disappointment crossed my lips. Why did I feel this way? I shouldn't want Ophelia to be in love with me. I knew that if she felt something, I would be selfish enough to reciprocate, even though I knew I had nothing healthy to offer her. Bella exaggerated everything. She was talking about, well, things that happened a long time ago, she continued, looking me straight in the eyes. I frowned, confused. What happened a long time ago? I don't understand what you mean, darling. Are you really going to force me to say this? Ophelia protested with a frustrated sigh. I'm serious, I don't know what you mean. I laughed at his annoyed expression, which I found adorable. You know, what I felt, before. For you. I began searching through my childhood memories. Something vague emerged, Ophelia having a sort of childhood crush on me. You mean that little crush you had? I asked, and I saw her flinch at my words. I frowned, not understanding. What was so serious about a simple childhood crush? Ophelia, what's wrong? It's a sensitive subject for me. It was very embarrassing, and that's why I'm so angry that Bella told you everything without any shame. I don't understand what's so embarrassing about it. Wasn't it when we were kids? She looked at me with huge eyes, surprised by my comment. Joel, you yourself once said I was strange. Even disturbing. It's something I'd rather not remember. Ophelia, I have no idea what you're talking about. I barely remember you liking me. I don't remember saying anything hurtful to you, I replied, gently placing a hand on her thigh. Her expression reflected profound sadness. Clearly, this had left its mark on her. I, on the other hand, felt completely out of place. She took a deep breath and began to talk. I remained silent, my hand still on her leg, as I listened to everything she'd bottled up for years. She told me how she'd admired me since she was little, even as a teenager, how she daydreamed about us. Part of me wondered what would have happened if I'd felt something then, too. But when she got to her 16th birthday, a sharp pang of remorse washed over me. Her slumped shoulders, her trembling body, it all spoke of an old hurt. Ophelia, come here, baby, I said, pulling her towards me. I hugged her tightly, trying to convey how sorry I was for all this. At first, she stiffened, but soon settled into my arms. I rested my face in her hair, searching for words that might ease the pain. I was a very angry kid, you have no idea. I said terrible things all the time. I took it out on Darius, on my mom, on those who least deserved it. I had so much rage inside that I needed others to feel it too. I paused for a second, glancing at her out of the corner of my eye. She was still leaning against my chest, not looking at me. I hardly remember you liking me. I never saw you as a stranger. In fact, I don't think I knew how to treat you, because you were like a little ray of light, and I was the complete opposite. I didn't know how to fit in with you, so I ended up rejecting your presence. I gently cupped her face, making her look at me. I needed her to know I meant it. I'm so sorry I said that about you. I never thought about the consequences. My gaze sought to convey all the sincerity that filled me. In her eyes, I saw the doubt transform into calm, and then into a smile. Relieved, I hugged her again. Okay, he murmured against my shoulder. But Joel, why were you so angry? My back tensed. I didn't want to talk about it. But after what she'd confessed to me, I deserved to know the truth. You sat next to my dad at the game, right? He nodded immediately. Then you heard him, yelling the whole game, criticizing every single thing I did. I didn't need her to answer. Her hurt look said it all. It's always been like this, I whispered. I never did anything right, not in football or in life. When he showed up, it was only to remind me that I was a disappointment. And the worst part is, I was even jealous of Yvonne. He didn't even pay attention to her, and yet I still envied that. I hugged her tighter, images of my childhood fluttering through my mind. When I was 18, maybe right around the time you turned 16, I started noticing strange things. His business trips became more and more frequent, always coinciding with angry outbursts. And then, rage settled in my jaw. Ophelia caressed my cheek. She knew exactly what I was going to say. She didn't even hide it. She'd come home smelling like cheap perfume, sometimes with traces of makeup on her clothes. And my mom had to wash all that. It was disgusting. I hated it. I still do. But she never goes away. Silence enveloped us, like a heavy blanket. Both of us trapped in memories that were hard to let go of. I looked at my watch. It was almost 1:30 a.m. Do you want to go back to the party? I asked, even though I hoped she'd say no. I smiled when she shook her head, curled up on my lap. Just a second, I said as I stood up and ran to the closet. I came back with a sweatshirt of mine and threw it to him with a smile. I went to the bathroom to change, giving her some privacy. Glancing at myself in the mirror, I let out a sigh. Talking about all of this with Ophelia hadn't been in my plans, but was it just me, or did my face look calmer? My features didn't seem so tense anymore. That girl was changing me, and I don't think I even noticed. I went back to the room. Ophelia was curled up under my blanket, watching Netflix. She was wearing my hoodie, and her costume was neatly folded on the desk. Seeing her like that filled me with an absurd happiness. There were still traces of makeup on her cheeks, now faded. I tossed her a damp washcloth to clean it up and climbed into bed beside her, wrapping my arms around her and pulling her towards me. I couldn't resist planting a kiss on the top of her head, which made her look up at me and smile as she wiped her face. Just as he looked back at the television, the door burst open. Madeline and the new guy walked in. What was his name? He really had to learn his name, especially if Ophelia insisted on bringing him along all the time. I was about to politely ask them to leave, when the small voice next to me spoke up. When I opened my eyes, even before the memories of the previous night returned to me, I knew I had slept at Joel's house. I was snuggled against his broad chest, his large hands resting gently on my back. The scent of spices and cedar filled my senses as I inhaled deeply and arched my back in an attempt to stretch. I sat up enough to rest my elbow on the pillow. Joel's arms were still around me, though now they were resting on my waist. A giggle escaped my lips as I looked back. Gail was stretched out on his back, in a star shape, at the opposite end of the bed. One of his arms was pressed against poor Madeline's face, who seemed to be seeking refuge in me, as if she wanted to disappear between my ribs. My breathing stopped for a moment when Joel, still asleep, held me tighter in his arms. The movement brought his cheek to rest against my chest. The warmth of that touch spread from his skin to my heart, as he sighed with obvious relief. I let my eyes wander to his face as I wrapped my arms around his head. He's so handsome, I thought. His long, dark eyelashes outlined his closed eyes, and his straight nose led to slightly parted lips, firm and soft. I was overcome with a sudden urge to kiss him awake. I'd kissed boys in high school, sure, but it never felt like the romance novels promised. Would it be any different with Joel? Oh, I'd better stop fantasizing. Before my imagination could take over, his eyelashes fluttered, and his sleepy eyes met mine. We both smiled. Waking up next to Joel had become one of my favorite sensations. There were those moments, just as he opened his eyes, when he seemed completely at peace, as if there was no worry or anger in his heart. "Good morning, baby," she murmured against my chest. It was then that she seemed to realize where her head was resting. She moved away for a second, only to lean back with a mischievous smile. "I must admit, this is the best pillow I've ever had." I let out a laugh that filled the room. "Ugh, be quiet, it's too early," Gail grumbled from the other side of the bed. Joel frowned and, stretching his arm around me, tapped his shoulder lightly with his fingers, mimicking a snap. The dry sound made me purse my lips. It probably wasn't as gentle as it looked. "What if you get out of my bed, rookie?" he said playfully as he settled back down next to me, visibly satisfied. "Don't mind him, Gail, you're fine where you are," I replied sweetly, while Joel gave me a mock-stern look. I poked his cheek with my finger, causing him to try to catch it in his mouth like a shark. "I need everyone to be quiet," Madeline complained, stretching so hard she almost hit Gail in the face. Then she gave me a smile as she stood up, smoothing her hair. "So, how are you, girl? After last night?" His words caused a sudden silence. Gail and Joel also remained still, attentive to my response. Wrapped in that warm shared embrace, it was hard to feel sad for Britt and Bella. I loved them and wanted to maintain our friendship. But I also knew I couldn't continue accepting them treating me the way they always had. I wondered if it was fair to expect them to change overnight, after so many years. Yet, just a few months into my time at USC, I felt like I was changing inside. Would I continue to evolve the longer I was here? What if that made it even harder to maintain our friendship? Should I write to them? Or just leave it at that? I asked, after sharing my thoughts. "I'd say leave it at that," Madeline answered first, while Joel made a sound of approval from his corner. "You said everything you had to say yesterday. Let them reflect. If they truly value your friendship, they'll come looking for you." "Thanks, guys." A feeling of gratitude washed over me as I smiled softly at the three most unlikely, and wonderful, friends I'd ever imagined having. Gail leaned on his elbows, seemingly lost in thought. "Should we? I mean, I'm not the only one who feels like we should have a group hug, right?" "Yeah, I don't think so," Joel muttered, frowning as he stood up and pulled me by the hand to pull me up with him. The rest of our Sunday was relaxing. In the midst of my first, albeit mild, hangover, all I wanted to do was watch movies and relax. Joel and Gail had practice, so it was a girls' day in our dorm. Madeline used her Postmates app to order face masks, iced coffees, and soup, so we could enjoy our day together. The mischievous little boy in me couldn't help but document some of it on Instagram. Madeline had taken a selfie of the two of us with our faces covered by a purple mask. She was smiling broadly at the camera while I winked and stuck out my tongue. I really loved the photo and wanted to commemorate the friendship between Madeline and me. But I couldn't deny that I also wanted to show Britt and Bella that I wasn't sitting back. Monday soon arrived, and I rushed to get ready for class. My outfit consisted of bleached boyfriend jeans with ripped knees, a light pink crewneck sweatshirt, and, of course, my white Converse. I didn't have time to do my hair, so I tied it up in a messy bun with a pink velvet hair tie. The elevator was taking too long, so I had to run down the stairs to my building. My class started in 20 minutes, and I was determined to get coffee before then. I continued running until I reached the quad, taking the path that would take me past a coffee shop before reaching the history building. Luck was on my side, as the normally busy cafeteria was empty. I grabbed my long-awaited iced coffee and still managed to get to class with a few minutes to spare. I settled into the front row of the large classroom, placing my notebook and pencils in front of me. I slid my pencils between my fingers, trying to align them perfectly with the notebook. Sometimes my nerves got the better of me in these classes, so it had become a habit to focus on something I could control. The side door creaked open, and my teacher appeared, slowly striding into the room. He was an older man, with slightly rounded shoulders and a small paunch protruding from his tweed suit. The class began similarly to all the others, his deep but firm voice enveloping each student as we listened intently. She was engrossed as he spoke about perspective and bias in history. He referenced historical texts we had all implicitly trusted and questioned us about the author's possible motives. Then he asked us how we, as future historians, would be different. A well-dressed young man in the center of the room raised his hand confidently. We know more now. As academics, it's our responsibility to eliminate bias from our work. We look at things only as facts, not feelings. Ah. The professor nodded slowly. So you think you're free of prejudice? Does anyone else agree or disagree? The other students in the room remained silent, some looking at their neighbors to see if they dared to speak. My hand moved instinctively. I wanted to contribute something, but this was one of my largest classes. Besides, the boy who'd raised his hand had had some disagreements with other students. I took a deep breath, pursed my lips slightly, and, with hope, raised my hand. I disagree, I said softly after the professor pointed me out. I don't think there's such a thing as being unbiased. I continued more firmly. We all have a perspective from which we see the world, whether our bias is positive or negative, that doesn't mean it isn't there. Excellent. Excellent, said the teacher, laughing softly as he walked to the blackboard. Personally, I agree with you, Miss Allen. Good debate, everyone, let's move on to the next topic. The rest of the class passed quickly. Pride spread a small smile across my lips as I copied the notes into my notebook. Every time I spoke in class, it became a little easier. The sun warmed my face as I left the building, adjusting my backpack strap over my shoulder. My next class wasn't for another hour, so I walked to a grassy area where I could sit. Hey, I heard someone call from behind me. I turned around and saw the boy from my class running to catch up with me. Hi, I replied with a shy smile. He slowed his pace slightly, approaching with a mocking smile. Well played, you made a fool of me in class. Oh, sorry, I breathed out nervously, I think you made a good point too. The boy burst out laughing as he ran his hand through his blonde hair. Don't worry. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Nathaniel Blake. He confidently reached out to shake my hand. Ophelia Allen, nice to meet you, I replied quietly. A student walked past us and called out to Nathaniel, which gave me a second to size him up. He was just under 6 feet 11 inches, slim but athletic, like he was a runner or something. He was wearing a polo shirt and blue jeans, looking like a typical frat boy. Are you going to the Sigma Pi party next week? Nathaniel asked, turning his attention back to me. Oh no, I'm not really a big fan of parties. Really? I swear I saw you at his last party at the beginning of the year. My shoulders tensed and my throat tightened as I realized which party he was referring to. Yeah. I just went to that one to help a friend. So, you wouldn't be interested in going with me, he added, smiling in what I suppose he thought was a charming way. But all it did was make me uncomfortable. I didn't like the way his eyes scanned my body, lingering unashamedly on my chest. No, sorry, I really don't want to go to that party. Nathaniel took a step closer to me and lowered his head slightly. I froze when he invaded my personal space. Come on, you're breaking my heart. I took a deep breath, and just as I was about to make my excuses, I found myself enveloped by a large chest. Every muscle in my body relaxed as I was surrounded by Joel's familiar arms. I leaned my head back and smiled at the sight. "Hi, honey, are you okay?" she asked softly with a small smile. The smile disappeared when her eyes fell on Nathaniel's. "Oh yeah, my classmate and I were just chatting." "Well," Nathaniel coughed to clear his throat, "I'd better go, Ophelia. It was nice meeting you. See you in class." I didn't bother to answer, instead turning in Joel's arms to face him. "Thanks, you just saved me, again," I laughed. "Anytime," he whispered, placing a quick kiss on my forehead. A blush crept onto my cheeks as a few people glanced our way. I always forgot that Joel was something of a celebrity on campus, and here he was, openly displaying affection toward me. Joel had free time before his class too, so we walked together toward the field. He kept his arm around my shoulders as he chatted about my classes. We settled into a sunny spot, away from other students taking a break on the grass. My relationship with Joel was so different from any other I'd ever had. In every scenario, I was always the quiet one, always. But Joel stole that crown. So I got used to filling the silence with my thoughts. Sometimes I felt like he must be bored with me, but he never complained. He'd just nod silently, frowning as if he were deep in concentration. That's what I was doing now as I rested my head on my lap. I ran my fingers through the waves of her hair while I explained the latest episode of The Bachelor that had upset me. "Wait," he opened one eye to look at me. "So this guy can date 20 women at once?" "Yeah. Haven't you been listening? Don't give me that lucky man thing, huh?" I mimicked his deeper voice. "That's what Darius always says when I force him to watch it." Joel smirked. "Not really. I was going to say, what a pain, being surrounded by so many women at once. What a blockhead. Get ready to meet the Hulk, mister." With a snort, I punched him in the chest and then the arm. A laugh escaped his lips. "Don't tickle me, honey." "Sorry. That wasn't meant to tickle." I protested as I hit him again, only to make his laughter get louder. What the heck? Normally, my inner Hulk did more damage than this. Okay, stop, you're going to hurt yourself," he mocked. "Yeah. But if you didn't like that, you wouldn't make me laugh much."